permission to start the session now?
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So, welcome to chairperson and co-chairperson for this session. Welcome to all the invited speakers here and all the other dignitaries sitting here and my very dear friends, our students. Welcome to all. Now we are starting off with the third session, parallel session. On the chair, we have Professor Shruti Singh. She is Professor of Sociology, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University. To introduce her, I would like to read her bio. Professor Dr. Shruti Singh is a professor of sociology at the Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida. She completed her PhD and MA in sociology from the Center for Study of Social System at Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, New Delhi. She received the ICSSR Postdoctoral General Fellowship 2011-2013 from JNU. She has many research papers published to her credit. She has organized many international and national level conferences. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, later on.
Okay, all right. Okay, now I would like to call upon Dr. Shweta Rawat for the invited talk. Dr. Shweta Rawat is a scientist in Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences in Delhi. Her area of interest is anthropometry, based sizing and designing of protective gears, equipment uniform and workstation. She has successfully completed projects in collaboration with armed forces, where her recommendations have been appreciated and implemented. She's also working jointly with the Rapid Action Force, CRPF, and several other police forces, several armed police forces. She has filed national, international patents and registered designs of the product developed. She has been granted international patent and has published her research in various DRDA reports and Journal of Repute. Ma'am, over to you.
MDP वाला मेरी खोलिए जिस पे मैंने मेल किया। Hello everyone. Are you comfortable in Hindi and English both? किसी ने पहले मुझे सुना है? बहुत शुक्रिया। अब मैं सब बेसिक से जो पसंद की टॉपिक है वो भी आप समझ गए हैं। सबसे पहली बात अपनी मेल लगा लो। क्या लगता है व्हाई एंथ्रोपोलॉजी इन डीआरडीओ? क्या है डीआरडीओ? व्हाट इज डीआरडीओ? एनीबॉडी नोस डीआरडीओ? नहीं, नाम जिंदगी में नहीं सुना। डोंट टेल मी। सुना है ना? ये तो बोलो सुना है। डिफेंस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। हमारा फुल नाम क्या है? श्वेता रावत। यस। अब्दुल कलाम जी का नाम सुना है? अब्दुल कलाम जी इसी इंस्टीट्यूट, ठीक है, डिफेंस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। अब डिफेंस में एंथ्रोपोलॉजी क्या करेगा बताओ? बोलो। हाँ हाँ, बहुत बढ़िया एग्जैक्ट वही बोला जो सुनना है। कौन बोला? लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया, इकोनॉमिक्स ही करना है। ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक्स क्यों करना है? बहुत बढ़िया, बिल्कुल बहुत बढ़िया, वही चाहिए जो बोला आपने। ठीक है, जब तक प्रेजेंटेशन खुलती है, बेसिकली वी आर वर्किंग इन ह्यूमन फैक्टर्स इंजीनियरिंग एंड मिलिट्री एर्गोनॉमिक्स डिपार्टमेंट। ठीक है, सो मिलिट्री एर्गोनॉमिक्स अभी तक आई विल टेल यू some of the examples in my talk also, but till the time it starts I'll tell you one very recent example of BMP. BMP हमने आपने उसको शायद 26 जनवरी की परेड में you must have seen BMP, अगर बहुत ध्यान से देखिए तो। BMP हमने टैंक जो है रशिया से इंपोर्ट किया। ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया चीज हिंदुस्तान में आई है तो कौन यूज करेगा? सबसे बढ़िया लोग करेंगे ना, होता है ना, बढ़िया चीज आई है तो बढ़िया को देंगे। तो रशियंस व्हेन दे डिजाइन द BMP दे थॉट इंडियंस को जाना है, हमसे थोड़े छोटे हैं, थोड़ा छोटा कर दो, वेरी स्मार्ट. नाउ व्हेन इट केम टू इंडिया, हमने सोचा बेस्ट को दे दो, तो द यूजर इज 10 guards. 10 guards, if I tell you, they are called guards क्योंकि वो प्रेसिडेंट गार्ड्स में हुआ करते थे, एंड दे आर वेरी टॉल पीपल. ऐसा बात करना था उनसे मुझे. अब 10 guards को दिया. So when we saw them sitting in the BMP, can you believe they were sitting like their knees were on their chest? I wish I could show you the pose. I mean, knee on the chest, and they were aiming also like this. And I tell you, 5-6 hours was a normal period to sit continuously in this position. So, मशीन के हिसाब से आदमी एडजस्ट करता है. पहले एक कॉकपिट बनाया, एलसीए कॉकपिट, बहुत बढ़िया कॉकपिट बनाया. फिर सोचा इसमें बिठाए किसको, चलो ट्रायल करते, किसी को भी बिठाते हैं. सो बिठाया. यू ऑल आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग माई लैंग्वेज, राइट? तो उसमें बिठाया. आपको सबको पता होगा एलसीए कॉकपिट में व्हेन देयर इज एन इमरजेंसी, द पायलट इजेक्ट्स हिमसेल्फ, बाहर निकल जाता है, पता है ना? लेकिन वो खुद नहीं निकलता, सीट के साथ निकलता है. ये भी पता है, सीट साथ में निकलती है. इजेक्ट मैकेनिज्म जो है वो काम कब करता है? सबने सोचा बस इजेक्ट मैकेनिज्म है, बंदे को बिठाओ. वो बेचारा बंदा दबाया जा रहा है, इजेक्ट ही नहीं हो रही है. क्यों नहीं हो रही है? क्योंकि एंथ्रोपोमेट्री की तो किसी ने देखी ही नहीं ना. सो माई टैगलाइन विच आई ऑलवेज से इन व्हाटएवर कॉन्फ्रेंस आई गो, स्पेशली इन मैं बहुत लाउड बोलती हूँ, स्पेशली इन डीआरडीओ, आई यूजुअली से, हमारे बिना कुछ काम करोगे, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी के बिना कुछ भी करोगे, तो भैया ऐसा ही होगा. तो एंथ्रोपोलॉजी की सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है. ठीक है, बेस बनाया मैंने, अब आगे स्टार्ट करते हैं. यहां से मुझे करना होगा कंफर्टेबल, मुझे वैसे होगा. कैन समबडी मूव दिस स्लाइड फॉर मी? ओके, सो नेक्स्ट. अब आगे बढ़ने से पहले एक और कहानी सुनाती हूँ. स्वीडन में गाड़ियां बहुत डिजाइन होती है, पता है ना? गाड़ियों का पता है सबको कि गाड़ी सबसे ज्यादा जो रिसर्च है वो स्वीडन में करते हैं. अब जब भी गाड़ी डिजाइन होती है तो वन ऑफ द वेरी मैंडेटरी टेस्ट इज क्रैश डमी टेस्ट. एंड किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं कि फीमेल डमी का जरूरत है, क्योंकि फीमेल तो खुद ही बच जाएगी ना, है ना, अपने आप ही जादू से. फीमेल डमीज का टिल रिसेंट, एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट नवंबर 2022 स्टडी, पुराना स्टडी नहीं है, फीमेल क्रैश डमी का यूज ही नहीं होता था. वो लोग डायरेक्ट कैसा करते थे, मेल वाला को टेस्ट किया, और फिर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, और फिर क्या रिजल्ट मिलता था कि सीट बेल्ट, देखिए सीट बेल्ट कॉमन है, ये मत बोलना लड़की ने सीट बेल्ट नहीं लगाई थी, लगाई थी. सीट बेल्ट वेयरिंग विमेन थी, सीट बेल्ट वेयरिंग मेन थे. एक्सीडेंट हुआ है तो 73% चांसेस थे फीमेल को ज्यादा इंजरी हुई है. ठीक है, और ऐसे ही जो विमेन ड्राइवर थी, ये को पैसेंजर की बात थी, ड्राइवर भी थी, बोथ वर वेयरिंग द सीट बेल्ट, मेल एंड फीमेल, लेकिन फीमेल इंजरी ज्यादा थी. क्योंकि क्या सोचा था कि मेल को थोड़ा छोटा कर दो, फीमेल बन जाएगी, है ना? कर सकते हैं ना ट्राई, मेल को थोड़ा छोटा करें, फीमेल बनेगी ना? बनेगी? अरे बनेगी क्या? नहीं बनेगी, कभी नहीं बनेगी. लेकिन वही हो रहा था. सो व्हाट दे डिड इज, उन्होंने बोला कि फीमेल का भी थोड़ा टेस्ट तो करना चाहिए, इतना इंजरी हो रहा है. मेल को थोड़ा छोटा किया, और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, और एक और चला दीजिए. हाँ, एक डमी बना दिया, और वो डमी बना, और उसके बाद भी रिजल्ट वही के वही. सो एवरीवन थॉट, ये जो एक साइंटिस्ट है स्वीडन की, उन्होंने ये सोचा कि वास्तव में देयर इज सम इशू. तो एंथ्रोपोमेट्री डेटा कलेक्ट किया गया सम यूजर से, एंड व्हेन दे एनालाइज द डेटा दे फाउंड द डमी दे वर यूजिंग वाज एक्चुअली ऑफ अ 12-year-old गर्ल. अब बताओ 12-year-old गाड़ी चलाएगी? तो फिर आप उसके ऊपर क्रैश डमी टेस्ट करोगे तो क्या फायदा आएगा? तो फाइनली डाटा वाज एनालाइज्ड, एंड द डमी व्हिच केम आउट वाज थर्ड वन, न्यू फीमेल डमी. अंडरस्टूड? दैट वाज द मेल डमी, दे जस्ट छोटा किया, and old dummy, that was only 12-year-old girl dummy, and then finally this. So now what they are doing is, now at present Sweden, they have set an example that female crash dummy test is very important because female drivers are increase होने लगे हैं. भले ही आप लोग उनको देख के गाड़ी साइड लग कर लो, लेकिन वो तो चलाएंगी, है ना? और उनको इंजरी से बचाने के लिए ये जो फीमेल वाला डमी, तो this is also another example that wherever you have to use any product which has to be used by a human, तो उसको ह्यूमन डाटा के बेस पे, एंड ह्यूमन डाटा भी किसका? यूजर पॉपुलेशन का डाटा. ये सारी बातें मैं किस लिए कह रही हूँ to come on to my research that जिस पॉपुलेशन के लिए आपको काम करना है उसका डेटा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, नाउ नेक्स्ट. ये सब मेरे से ज्यादा एंथ्रोपोलॉजी के बच्चों को पता है. आई वोंट टेल इट अगेन. आगे बढ़ो, ये भी पढ़ाओ. नाउ साइज मैटर्स है ना. आगे बढ़ो. ये है अभी नाउ बिकॉज वी आर वर्किंग विद आर्म फोर्सेस एंड वी नीड टू कलेक्ट ह्यूज डाटा. अच्छा, क्यों करना है, मुझे क्यों ह्यूज करना है? और आप लोग पॉपुलेशन बेस्ड स्टडी कर रहे हैं, आप लोग कर रहे हैं. अगर आप लोग 400-500 पे भी कर देंगे तो भी आप कर सकते हैं. मुझे क्यों यार हजारों में करना है, ये बताओ. बताओ, फौज को ध्यान में रख के बताओ. बताओ, एनीबॉडी प्लीज कम अप यार. बताओ, वेरी सिंपल थिंग. फौज में क्या है? क्या क्या व्हाट इज यूनिक इन द फौज? बोलो ना. एथनिक ग्रुप रिप्रेजेंटेशन कितना 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 डाइवर्स है, बताओ. वहां पर एक जाट सिख भी है, एक गोरखा भी है, और सबका लिए रूल क्या है? कस्टमाइज कुछ नहीं होगा मैडम. सबके लिए बल्क में बना दो, 4 साइज में बना दो. 4 साइज में क्या ये वाले सिर्फ ग्रुप भी आ सकता है? आ सकते हैं हम सारे 4 साइज में, लेकिन पूरा फौज आता है? आता है? तो इसीलिए कैसे आएगा वो? इसीलिए वी नीड ह्यूज सैंपल साइज. जब तक मैं उतना सैंपल साइज ना लूं कि मैं पूरा एथनिक ग्रुप्स का रिप्रेजेंटेशन ले लूं, तब तक मेरा डेटा से आउटपुट जो होगा वो इंप्लीमेंट नहीं होगा. देखो, सबसे बड़ी बात क्या होती है, वी मेक लॉट मेनी प्रोडक्ट्स. डीआरडीओ हो या आप लोग भी बहुत सारी रिसर्च करते हो. आप लोगों के अगर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बोलूं तो अगर वो पब्लिश ना हो तो फायदा क्या हुआ? जंगल में मोर नाचा वाली बात है ना. उसी तरह हम लोग डीआरडीओ में हम लोग बहुत प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं, मतलब प्रोडक्ट्स ही बनाते हैं. सोचो, अब वो प्रोडक्ट मैंने बनाया, मान लो जैसे मेरा प्रोटेक्टर की मैडम ने मेरे इंट्रो में बात बताई, वो मैंने बनाया. इफ नोबडी इज यूजिंग इट, इज देयर एनी पॉइंट ऑफ डूइंग इट? ठीक है, मेरा तो सैलरी मिलता रहेगा, लेकिन वो जो जॉब सेटिस्फेक्शन है, आई एम देयर फॉर डूइंग समथिंग, एंड इफ आई एम डूइंग समथिंग आई वांट इट टू बी इंडक्टेड. तो इंडक्ट कब होगा? व्हेन द जॉब इज व्हेन द माय यूजर इज सेटिस्फाइड. आर्मी को सेटिस्फाई करना इतना इजी नहीं है, इसीलिए आई हैव टू आई कांट टेक एनी चांसेस. सो आई टेक ह्यूज डाटा. लेकिन ह्यूज डाटा लूंगी कैसे? हाथ से. हो गया फिर तो मेरा 10,000 का डाटा ऐसे नहीं आएगा. सो वी आर यूजिंग 3D होल बॉडी स्कैनर दीज डेज. आगे बढ़िए. ये वाला स्कैनर जो है, दिस इज व्हाइट लाइट बेस्ड स्कैनर विच वी आर यूजिंग. इट टेक्स 140 मेजरमेंट्स इन वन गो, and using this we have collected nearly 10,000 database from near representation of all ethnic group in our Indian Army. This we did, and using this we gave the size rules for combat uniform of Indian Army, and I am very happy to share that these days the combat uniform which they are using, Indian Army is using, is given by us. Move on, ताली बजा सकते हो. आगे बढ़ो. So as of now हमारे पास 2 तरह के डेटाबेस हैं. One database is which we collected way back in 96-97, मेरा joining से भी पहले. तो that was manually collected, and now we have 3D scanner based data which we collected ourselves. Or that way I think we have largest anthropometric database in India. Move on. आगे. So this was the ये जो मैडम को दिखाना था, that thing. So this is the female full body protector I was talking about. एक स्लाइड और आगे बढ़ा दीजिए, और एक बढ़ा दीजिए, बस यहाँ रुक जाइए. अच्छा, फीमेल फुल बॉडी प्रोटेक्टर क्या है? अब ये सबसे पहले बात करेंगे रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स. नीली वर्दी वाले देखिए, जब भी कहीं पे दंगा फसाद होता है हमारे नीली वर्दी वाले सबसे पहले आते हैं. नीली वर्दी वाले इज रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स, राइट? अब बिकॉज दीज डेज जो हमारे ये गुंडीज भी होने लग गई हैं, सिंपल भाषा में अगर बताऊंगी, पहले सिर्फ गुंडे होते थे, अब गुंडीज भी होती हैं. तो उनको हैंडल करने के लिए हमारे फीमेल ट्रूप्स को भी एंगेज किया जाता है. ठीक है, पहले फीमेल ट्रूप्स को इस तरह की सिचुएशंस में बहुत ज्यादा एंगेज नहीं करते थे, बस दीज डेज बहुत ज्यादा एंगेजमेंट्स है उनका रॉयड कंट्रोल में. But this question was raised in 2016 in Parliament that we are engaging them in these kind of situations, but what about their safety? What protective gears they are wearing? So then this thought came that truly there was no protective gear specially for females. Whatever was available for males, they were wearing that. अब उसमें क्या दिक्कत थी मेल वाले पहनने में? तो I'll tell you the दिक्कत. When we tested that, we found that percentile तो आप सब लोग करते हैं ना, when we the male wala protector is available in 3 sizes, and we tested the smallest one with the small size with the 95th percentile women, and you can see the data. Even the smallest one was large for 95th percentile women. You can see her elbow was coming on upper arm, her knee was coming on thigh, and when she was sitting, everything was coming nearly on the knees. So the problem was, in her words, if I tell you, कि मैडम जॉम्बी बन जाते हैं पहन के, हाथ नहीं मोड़ सकते तो लाठी ऐसे ऐसे चला सकते हैं, एंड अगर सिचुएशन फंस जाए तो भाग नहीं सकते बिकॉज ये ऊपर आ जाता है. सो लाइफ सेविंग की बजाय लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग हो रहा है. सो इन देयर वर्ड्स, अफसर को दिखाने के लिए पहनते हैं, एक्चुअल सिचुएशन में नहीं पहनते. सो ये तो बहुत मुश्किल हो गया ना. सो हमने इसके ऊपर काम किया. मूव ऑन प्लीज, और आगे चलते हैं. हाँ, फाइनली हमने जो प्रोटेक्टर बनाया वर्ल्ड में पहला है. कैन यू बिलीव, वर्ल्ड में भी फीमेल के लिए, वर्ल्ड में भी फीमेल्स के लिए कोई प्रोटेक्टिव गियर अवेलेबल नहीं है. मैंने बहुत हेजिटेशन के साथ इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट डाले थे, लेकिन मुझे 6 कंट्रीज से, आप वो कंट्रीज हैं जो अभी आप नाम लोगे. यूएस ने भी ग्रांट किया, कहीं नहीं है उनके पास. यूरोप ने अभी मुझे परसों उसका पेटेंट सर्टिफिकेट मिला है. साउथ अफ्रीका, रशिया, किसी के पास नहीं है. जर्मनी, फ्रांस, सबको मैंने अप्लाई किया है और मेरा सबसे इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट ग्रांट हो रहा है. कहीं पर नहीं है. और इसका नाम माय डायरेक्टर नेम्ड इट प्रबला. पहले अबला थी, सबला हुई, और सबला को अब और प्रबल बनाया. प्रबल इज टू मेक मोर स्ट्रॉन्ग. सो शी इज मोर स्ट्रॉन्गर नाउ. शी इज वेयरिंग प्रबला नाउ. यस, एक्सटेंसिव फील्ड ट्रायल हुआ प्रबला का. ये एंटी स्टैब है, एंटी इंपैक्ट है. स्टोन पेल्टर्स से भी इसको कुछ नहीं होगा. एसिड रेसिस्टेंट है, फायर रेसिस्टेंट है. सब हमने सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें वही रखे हैं जो एक मेल प्रोटेक्टर में होता है. एंड अगर आप लोग अभी पीछे जाके देखेंगे, पीछे अभी हाल फिलहाल में जितने भी रॉयट्स हुए होंगे उसमें फीमेल्स ने यही पहना हुआ है. आप अगर कभी दिखे तो गौर से देखना, तब मुझे याद करना. अब आपको कभी भी अगर दिखेंगी फीमेल्स आरएएफ की या स्टेट पुलिस की, दे विल बी वियरिंग प्रबला फॉर श्योर. और इवन राम जन्मभूमि इवेंट था, दे वर वियरिंग दिस प्रोडक्ट ओनली. मैंने बताया, दे हैव सो मेनी थ्रेड्स. लोग कुछ भी फेंकते हैं यार, वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, मोल्टोव, वो सब कुछ भी फेंकते हैं, पत्थर फेंकते हैं, एसिड फेंकते हैं. सो द प्रोटेक्शन आगे बढ़ी सभी से चाहिए था. सो इट इज एंटी स्टैब, एंटी पंक्चर, एंटी इंपैक्ट, फायर रेसिस्टेंट, एसिड रेसिस्टेंट. सब टेस्ट पास जाइए. आगे बढ़िए. अब उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि फीमेल्स को लगा कोई तो हमारी सुन ही रहा है, तो अब याद आया कि हमारे तो बाकी प्रोडक्ट भी काम के नहीं है. अच्छा, बाकी प्रोडक्ट में आपने ये केन की शील्ड और वो ट्रांसपेरेंट वाली शील्ड और लाठी लिए भी बहुत बार देखा होगा ना. तो वो लाठी जो थी, वो फीमेल्स ने बोला कि पहली बात तो ये जो आपको लगा होगा फीमेल के लिए सूटेबल क्यों नहीं है, कि बड़ी होगी, है ना. अच्छा, अब एक दूसरा प्रॉब्लम बताती हूँ, उसका सॉल्यूशन आप लोग मुझे बताना है, ठीक है. एक फीमेल ने बोला कि मैडम हमारा एक बहुत टेंशन वाला प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि जो ये हम जब क्राउड कंट्रोल करने जाते हैं वो हमसे डंडा ही खींच लेते हैं. सुनने में ना ऐसा लग रहा है बड़ी क्या हो गया इसमें, पर आप उसकी सिचुएशन में ना, यू इमेजिन योरसेल्फ इन आवर सिचुएशन, यू आर देयर टू कंट्रोल द क्राउड, है ना, एंड वो उसने ही स्नैच कर लिया. अब आपका क्या सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट हुआ? वहां खड़े होना उसके लिए, उसका तो मोरल गया ही गया. आसपास जो 2-3 लेडीज खड़ी है ना, उनका भी गया, क्योंकि वो अब उस पर हंस भी रहे हैं कि क्या तू करेगी, तू अपना डंडा तो पकड़ नहीं पा रही है. तो वो बड़ा ही, आप उसका परिस्थिति अगर साइकी समझेंगे ना, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन. सो अब इसका सोल्यूशन क्या करें? अब पहले कंडीशंस, वो होता है ना, पहले कंडीशंस अप्लाई बताती हूँ. आप उसको, मैंने बोला इसमें क्या है मैडम, आगे हम वो लगा देते हैं छोटे छोटे ब्लेड्स, लगाए तो हाथ, तो अलाउड नहीं है. वो आते हैं ना हमारे ह्यूमन राइट्स वाले सब, क्योंकि ये लोग बॉर्डर पे नहीं है. क्या डिफरेंस है? अच्छा, क्या डिफरेंस है बॉर्डर पे और यहाँ पे? क्या डिफरेंस? बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर तो हमारे ही लोग है ना. ऑल्दो दे आर नॉट एग्रीइंग टू द गवर्नमेंट, दे आर प्रोटेक्टिंग, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं हो सकता ना आप उनको मार दो. और बॉर्डर पे वो सिचुएशन इज डिफरेंट, दे आर एनिमी कंट्रीज. आप सिचुएशन ही आपकी वॉर सिचुएशन है तो यू कैन डू एनीथिंग, लेकिन यहाँ नहीं कर सकते. यहाँ पर आपको पता है, आप कभी ऑब्जर्व करना, अगर कभी आगे से आप कभी ये वीडियोस ध्यान से देखें, अगर वो उनको शॉक भी देना होता है ना, वो ऐसे छुपा के देगा, उसका हाथ आगे होगा, यहां से वो शॉक बटन से उसको शॉक देगी कि तू बंदा दूर हट जाए, लेकिन वो सामने उसको शॉक भी नहीं देती है, क्योंकि वो बोलते हैं मैडम इंक्वायरी कमेटी बैठ जाते, हम लोग हार्म नहीं कर सकते। तो बैक टू माई क्वेश्चन, हार्म नहीं करना है, लाठी उससे ना छीने, अर्गोनॉमिक, एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिकली या कॉमन सेंस से बताओ क्या करें, एक एक करके बताओ यार। वो तो कर दी, वो कर दी, आगे दिखा दूंगी, वो कर दी, और बताओ, ये तो कर दी थी। जैसे हमको, मैं तो मुझे याद है हम छोटे होते थे, वो कैमरा होता था ना वो कोडैक वाला, तो उसके पीछे वो ऐसे मुझे लगा था तो शो पीस होता होगा, तब बताया पापा ने कि बेटा ये गिर जाएगा इसलिए इसको पहले हाथ में पहन लो, तो वो तो हम समझ गए थे, वो लगा दिया हमने। और बताओ मुझे, चलो जल्दी बताओ, टाइम नहीं है अभी, मैडम बेल बजा देगी। हाँ वो कर दी, वो भी कर दी, और बताओ। वो भी करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो इफेक्टिव इसलिए नहीं हुई, फर्स्ट थिंग इज कस्टमाइज नहीं है, एक बार यूज हुआ उसके बाद तो लाठी कहाँ पड़ी है, पानी में जा रही है, कहाँ जा रही है, बार बार उसको वो कर नहीं पा रही, और वो इफेक्टिव नहीं हो पा रहा, क्योंकि बड़े स्मार्ट है यार लोग। पता है क्या हो रहा है, हमें जो अभी अभी जो हमारे पास आ रहा है रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स से कि मैडम हम वाटर कैनन चलाते थे, और अब क्या हो रहा है, अब वाले लोग वाटर कैनन चलाते हैं, डांस करने लगते हैं। सच में पहले वाटर कैनन से भीड़ भागती थी, अब ये लोग वाटर पार्क में जा जाके इतने अडेप्ट हो गए हैं, कह रहे मैडम डांस करने लगते हैं, अब कह रहे वाटर कैनन में कुछ और डालो कि ये लोग भगे हमसे यहाँ, ऐसा हाल है। और वो मिर्ची पाउडर होता था, अब वो क्या कर रहे हैं, अपने साथ फैन लेके आ रहे हैं, मिर्ची पाउडर तो उल्टा वो पुलिस वाले भी उड़ा रहे हैं, तो हालात बड़े खराब है भाई। तो इसलिए अब उसमें क्या करना है, जल्दी बताओ लाठी, और नहीं तो बोलो कि आप बताओ। चलो मैं बताती हूँ, ठीक है, हमने जो किया वो बता रही हूँ, लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्टिव सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ टाइम के लिए जब तक हम अगला कुछ सोचे, अभी के लिए हमने दिया है, और अभी के लिए इफेक्टिव बहुत ज्यादा है। आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, और भी आगे बढ़ो, मैं ऐसे ही बता देती हूँ। ये शील्ड की भी बात करी थी, शील्ड में मैं लाठी का सोल्यूशन अभी बताऊंगी 2 मिनट बाद। शील्ड में बाहुबली देखी है ना, बाहुबली में वो आपने देखा था, वो शील्ड से दीवार सी बना देते हैं, ऐसा ही वो रियल सिचुएशन में भी करते हैं, शील्ड से वॉल जैसा बना देते हैं और उससे पुश करने की कोशिश करते हैं क्राउड को, तो ऐसा कुछ सिचुएशन। और दूसरी बात क्या थी, साइज तो रिड्यूस कर दो और वेट रिड्यूस कर दो, अब सब कुछ रिड्यूस कर दो तो स्ट्रेंथ भी रिड्यूस हो रही है, मगर स्ट्रेंथ रिड्यूस मत करो, तो कंस्ट्रेंट बहुत ज्यादा देते हैं फौज वाले भी, मैडम ये सब कर दो वो सब कर दो, मगर मगर उसका जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो हटना नहीं चाहिए। भाई उसको छोटा कर दूंगी, टूटने हल्की कर दूंगी तो टूटेगी, मगर तोड़ना भी नहीं है, ठीक है। तो हमने यहाँ पर क्या किया, उसको कोरुगेटेड किया। आप लोगों ने देखा है टीन की शेड जो ऐसे ऐसे करके क्यों करते हैं, ऐसे टाइम पास के लिए, बताओ क्यों करते हैं, सीधी क्यों नहीं लगा दी, यस उसका स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ जाता है। तो हमने इसमें उसको कोरुगेटेड कर दिया, कोरुगेटेड करने से क्या है, साइज तो कम हुआ ही, वेट भी कम हुआ, लेकिन स्ट्रेंथ कम हुई, ठीक है। और हमने इसको एम्फीडेक्स्ट्रस बनाया, पहले वो क्या थी, राइट हैंडेड पर्सन के लिए थी, तो वॉल बना के वो ऐसे ही पुश करती थी, अब हमने उसको ऐसे के लिए ऑप्शन दे दिया, वो ऐसे पुश कर सकती है। रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, सिर्फ कॉमन सेंस है और एर्गोनॉमिक प्रिंसिपल्स है और एंथ्रोपोलॉजी है, ताकि उसका लाइफ थोड़ा कंफर्टेबल हम कर सके, ठीक है। आगे बढ़ते हैं, और आगे बढ़ते हैं। हाँ ये जो मैं बता रही थी, अब इसमें हमने क्या किया पता है, ये वाला जो पार्ट देख रहे हो ट्रांसपेरेंट दिख रहा है नीचे, ऊपर तो आपने जो बोला वो सब हमने कर दिया, वो पर्टिकुलर टाइप का। अब उसमें भी ऊपर वो जो आपने बोला था ना ऊपर वो दे दो, लेकिन उसमें भी क्या है, जिसके लिए वो बड़ा होगा ना उसको ग्रिप नहीं देगा, तो हमने इसमें जैकेट में होता है ना, देखा है जैकेट में इधर लगा होता है, वो क्या बंदे के साइज के हिसाब से उतना ही खुल जाता है, तो हमने वो तो डाल दिया उसमें। लेकिन इसमें हमने जो एक और फीचर डाला, ये वाला पार्ट दिख रहा है ना ट्रांसपेरेंट। अच्छा पहले ये बताओ कि वो मैं उसको बार बार टलाए जा रही हूँ ना, चलो बताऊंगी अभी, लेकिन ये बताओ इसको ब्लैक क्यों किया, अभी तक तो उसको व्हाइट ही कर रहे थे ना, व्हाइट है ना अभी तक, देखिए आपने व्हाइट होती है ट्रांसपेरेंट। पता है इसमें कुछ नहीं है, ब्लैक करने से सिर्फ क्या हो रहा है, जो हाँ साइकोलॉजिकली ना बंदे को लग रहा है कुछ पड़ेगी यार, वो व्हाइट ना ट्रांसपेरेंट सी लग के ऐसा लग रहा है इसमें कुछ नहीं है, खोखली सी है, इससे ना फील ही आ रहा है कि यार बड़ी स्ट्रांग होगी, बस फील की बात है। अच्छा अब ये जो मैं बता रही हूँ ना ट्रांसपेरेंट पार्ट, हमने क्या किया इसमें, अब उसने बोला असली तो मैडम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, चोट देनी ही नहीं है, तो हमने कहा नकली तो दे सकते हैं, तो अब हमने इसमें नकली क्या डाला, बताना मत किसी को, हाँ इसमें ऊपर हमने एक बटन दिया है, ठीक है। जब वो बटन प्रेस करती है ना, तो यहाँ पर बड़ी तेज स्पार्किंग और बड़ी चिंगारी जैसे ट्री गंदी सी आवाज आती है ना, वो आती है। तो हमने लोगों को बता के ऐसे उनके हाथ के आगे किया कि अब छुओ, नहीं है कुछ नहीं है। वो दबाते ही ना, कोई उसको छू नहीं पा रहा है, क्योंकि लग रहा है कि इसमें बड़ी तेज करंट है। तो जो बहुत तेज स्पार्किंग और वैसी साउंड, आप समझ गए ना मैं कैसी कह रही हूँ, वो आती है इसमें, सिर्फ वो दबाते ही। और यहाँ पर ट्रांसपेरेंट रखने से यहाँ दिखती है, तो उसको लगता है भाई यहाँ पर छूने से तो बहुत तेज करंट है। तो जब तक आप किसी को बाहर नहीं बताओ, तब तक तो ये हमारा फॉर्मूला चल जाएगा। उसके बाद मैं अगली प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए कुछ और बना लूंगी, ठीक है। आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये शील्ड हमने बता दिया, जितनी जरूरत थी, आगे बढ़िए बस। ये हमारा प्रोडक्ट जो प्रबला था, ये बहुत हिट हुआ था उस टाइम। इसको सीआरपीएफ के डीजी हुआ करते आर भटनागर जी, उन्होंने लॉन्च किया था। किरण बेदी मैडम ने इसको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया था। आगे बढ़िए। ये जो मैंने आपको बताया, हमें इसके ऊपर इंडियन पेटेंट 3 ग्रांट हुए, इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट 5 ग्रांट हुए और डिजाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन 6 ग्रांट हुए। आगे बढ़िए। हाँ, इसको प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी बाय चांस, बाय गॉड ग्रेस, ये इसको अप्रिशिएट किया था। तो ये इसी प्रोडक्ट के लिए मुझे प्रेसिडेंट से अवार्ड मिला था, और थैंक यू। और इस प्रोडक्ट को मोदी जी ने बहुत ज्यादा अप्रिशिएट किया था। और ये उस टाइम जब ये प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च हो रहा था, ये भटनागर जी और ये हमारे डायरेक्टर एंड डीजी। और फिर हम क्या करते हैं, क्योंकि हम बल्क प्रोडक्शन तो नहीं करते, तो हम इंडस्ट्रीज को इसको बनाने के लिए देते हैं। उसको हम कहते हैं टीओटी, ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। तो ये हमारा, हमने 10 इंडस्ट्रीज को ट्रांसफर कर दिया है। तो अब इस प्रोडक्ट को, अब तो हर स्टेट पुलिस, सीआरपीएफ, एवरीवन इज यूजिंग दिस प्रोडक्ट। आगे बढ़िए बस। थैंक यू सो मच। आप कुछ क्वेश्चन हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। सवाल नहीं था। मर्जी। मैम, full ensemble in large size, it's 4.4 kgs. Full body protect. That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we will start with the session. Over to you, Dr. Chandrakala.
Thank you so very much, Shruti ma'am, and thank you so much, Shweta ma'am, for really giving us such wonderful and insightful. How interesting it was, and I could really relate because my mother-in-law was in energy, retired this year, and she inspires us thoroughly with all this. And I have really gone inside every this technology oriented rooms and all. She used to take me before, my marriage and all, just to let me know that where she comes from. And I feared her. So it was really nice. And to begin with the presenters, I would like to request our co-chair to do the honor of inviting the presenters one by one. Yeah, to just to introduce our co-chair, she is Rukshana Jaman, is an associate professor at Department of Anthropology, School of Social Sciences in Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Within the ambit of social anthropology, Dr. Jaman's research interests are ethnicity, identity, ethnic conflicts, anthropology of performance, mainly dance, visual, anthropology, gender studies, and social institutions. Her quest with the study of identity and ethnicity began while she was working on her doctoral thesis on Odissi dance and the construction of Odia identity. In her doctoral work, she had looked at identity as perceived and construction by the Odia community. Over to you, Rukshana ma'am, for the needful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we start off with the session, I would like to take a moment to appreciate Dr. Shweta's presentation. It was a wonderful presentation, and I hope the students have a lot to take back from her presentation. So now, without wasting much time, let's start off with the presentations today. I think there are a total of 8 presenters here. And may I request one of the coordinators to kindly keep the time? Only 3 minutes? 5 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes. So please give a warning bell, say around after 4 minutes, and then 1 minute to wrap up. I understand that the time is very short, but this is where you show your acumenship as a presenter. You should know what to present and what to leave out from your presentation. So all the best to all the presenters, and we start off with Mr. Ayuk. Yeah, he's a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. His presentation is on violence and injuries due to substance use in Manipur, insights from rehabilitation centers.
My suggestion, I think you wouldn't be having much time to give from the presentation. If you could speak, that would be better. I mean, you can keep the presentation, but if you could speak impromptu, that would be better. Because keeping the, the time limit's already 2 o'clock. So I would urge all the speakers, the presenters to be prepared and keep your presentation, but you speak verbatim, and as ma'am very rightly mentioned, that you just highlight the major part of your paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected chair and co-chair and everyone present here. I am Sarab. I am doing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Vikas Gupta in Department. And today I will be speaking on the injuries due to substance abuse in the youth of Manipur, which is a study from the rehabilitation centers in the state. I'll just start with it. First of all, I'll define what is substance abuse. As we all know, substance abuse is the harmful or hazardous use of psychoactive substances which can alter our mood. The substance which come under substance abuse include alcohol, opioids, which comes in many forms such as heroin, morphine, opium, and then we also have cannabis, sedatives, which are benzodiazepines, and hallucinogens, which are cannabis, etc. For this presentation, I will be only focusing on 3 substances, which is alcohol, opioids, and cannabis. These are the 3 main substances which I have found during my field work. So I will be focusing on this. So the burden of substance abuse. Substance abuse, as you all know, has a serious impact on health. But apart from the health, we have other effects on social life, financial burden, and then there are also studies that have shown that users of substance in much higher chances of self-harm and suicidal behavior. Secondly, since this is about injuries, I will be focusing on injuries. Here I have cited some studies where it has stated that alcohol use increases the risk of injury from a normal alcohol user by 4 to 80 times. Along with it, there are also a strong association with alcohol use, cannabis use, and opiate use. Opiate use is linked to higher accidents, higher chances of road accidents in drivers and other domestic as well as occupational accidents, along with self-harm. So this is the rationale of my study. Why have I chosen Manipur as my fieldwork? Manipur is in an interesting geographical location, which is sharing border with Myanmar, which is one of the notorious country in the Golden Triangle, which is involved in drug trafficking and illegal drug production, drug trafficking, and drug trade. So as the drug moves through from Myanmar through India, the accessibility of the drug is more increased in the state of Manipur. That's one of the reason, which that is a geographical reason. And secondly is I have already stated this. Substance related harm, injuries due to substance has it is it's increased to many times. So I have taken injuries as a part of this study, as part of this paper. Secondly is there are many research gap, especially in this geographical area. Even though there are many researches, on substance abuse, but substance and injuries, particularly in the Manipur, is missing. These are the objective. First is the prevalence and pattern of injuries due to substance use. Secondly is the association between the severity of injury and the type of drug use and the level of drug use. I'll go to the methodology. I'll not go into details. I have taken the sample size of 200 participants from my field work, and then for data collection, I have used face-to-face questionnaires. For assessment of drug use, I've used the WHO SS questionnaire and some self-structured questionnaire. For injury assessment, I've used ICD-10 classification for severity as well as cause. There are 10 causes, and then body part injured. For data analysis, I've used data assistance 7 software. This is whatever I've explained. Intent of injury is also there, unintentional, intentional, and the cause, body part, and type of and severity of injury is already defined here. Going on to the result. Here I have just take it. This is the finding. This is just the characteristic of the included participants. I have just done multinomial logistic regression for the association between the assist score of alcohol and assist score of alcohol, assist score of opioid, assist score of cannabis with the severity of injuries. The severity level 1, 2, 3, 4 is defined as first is superficial injuries. The severity level 2 is open wound, 3 is fracture, 4 is I think dislocation, and 6 is injury to muscle and internal organs. Here, apart from alcohol, we have not found any statistically results, association between the severity level and severity level and the level of drug use. What is interesting is in the data set, I found many large number of superficial injury due to alcohol use as well as opioid use, but there is no association between superficial injury, and I think this is indicative that superficial injury is hard to characterize and may occur with or without drugs. But when we come to other more severe injury like fractures and open wound, alcohol, the level of assist score of alcohol, which is the level of alcohol use, seems to be a very strong predictor, especially in open wounds and fractures. Apart from this, maybe due to the small sample size, I have not found any significant association between opioid and cannabis with the severity of injury. And that's my finding. I think I'll conclude here. These are the two findings. That's it. These are the references. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Vipin Gupta, which is my supervisor, Public Health and Genomics Lab of Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, the head of department, and my advisors, and UGC Jana. Thank you. That's
Thank you so much for presenting your presentation within the time frame. And are there any questions? Can we take up questions, one or two? So what we'll do is we'll take up questions at the end. And now we move on to the next presenter, who is Ms. Shreyashri Pandey. She is Research Scholar, Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Her work today is on resilience through community, social support networks among young women living along the border in Jammu and Kashmir.
The top. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shreyashi Pandey. I'm working under Dr. Chakravarti Mahajan, sir, from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. So, topic for today's presentation is resilience through community, social support networks among young women living along the border in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a part of my larger study, which mainly focuses on the mental health of young women living on the border areas. The aim of my study is to explore the mental health of young women and document that in the form of psychological scales that I used for my study. The second aim is to explore the social support mechanisms used by young women, which I'm focusing on today's delivery. The present study is based on the topic and it talks about the role of social support in their life and the sources through which they avail this support. It also talks about how the presence of social support builds resilience in them to cope with the situation and maintain their well being. So, as you all know, conflict zones present unique challenges to the mental health and well being of the inhabitants, particularly for vulnerable populations. The border areas of Jammu and Kashmir have been subject to prolonged political instability and violence, creating an environment of chronic stress and uncertainty. Within this context, understanding the mechanisms through which individuals maintain their psychological health becomes very crucial for developing effective support strategies. So, my study focuses on these social support networks. So, I'll skip all this. Yeah. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction about the concept of resilience and social network. No? Okay. So methodology for this study employed a qualitative research design to capture the experiences of young women. The use of qualitative methods allowed for an in-depth exploration of personal narratives and the contextual factors shaping social support networks. I took interviews and focus group discussions, and they were developed keeping in mind the research questions and existing literature. Topics included experiences of living in conflict zones, descriptions of social support networks, and perceptions of how these networks contribute to well being. All these interviews and focus group discussions were audio recorded, transcribed, and translated if necessary. Data was analyzed using thematic analysis, and I developed initial codes. The findings of this study are divided into 4 parts. First, the composition, like the social support networks. There were 4 main composition: family, peer groups, community organizations, and religious institutions. The functions, as per the interviews, these support networks provided them emotional support, practical assistance, information sharing, and a sense of belonging. The challenges which in maintaining these support were security concerns, restricted mobility, trust issues, and resource limitations. In spite of all this, the innovative coping strategies used by them were use of technology, creating safe spaces, cross community initiative. One thing I would like to mention, like in the creating safe spaces. So a case study which I went, this was this village called Ala village. The sarpanch of this village had organized like a setting in which young girls would go daily and they would learn stitching. So in this type, 4 5 groups were allocated in the whole village. They were learning stitching every day and they were trying to generate some income from it. So when I interviewed those girls, they were very happy with this such initiatives, and they were like, this gives them a sense of resilience in them, that they are doing something very meaningful and they are maintaining their well-being in this way. So the findings highlight the critical role of the support networks in fostering resilience among the young women. The multi-layered nature of these networks, encompassing family, peers, community organizations, it provides a robust system of support. I'll end. Thank you.
We are very sorry for this time constraint, but I hope you all will understand that we have more sessions in the afternoon, so we have to complete this. Okay, now the next presenter, please be ready. Mr. Vatsal Tiwari. He's from Center. He's a student from the Center for the Study of Social System, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and his topic is navigating global and local Reddit's influence on community formation and cultural identity among Indian users. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting the key findings from our study, which is essentially about how Gen Zs navigate identity, community, and culture on social media platforms, specifically Reddit. The study is not an analysis of a particular age group on a particular social platform, but it is a glimpse into the ongoing production of global digital culture. A process in which young Indians are active participants and are navigating between local and global, the familiar and the foreign, and are crafting new ways of being interconnected in this global world. Our research methodology has involved in-depth interviews. Okay. Our methodology involved in-depth interviews with 15 Gen Z Indian Reddit users, including moderators on the platforms. Participants came from diverse backgrounds, from 9 Indian states, and with varying occupations, and had an experience of 1 to 5 years on Reddit. The sample could include only 3 females, which itself reflects Reddit's inherent gender biases, what Masanari has termed toxic technocultures and geek masculinity, which exists on Reddit. Our next step would be to engage in what Cozy Reds has termed netnography and engage in an online ethnography, the kind which Tom Bolstorff did in his coming of age in Second Life. As of now, our key findings are, firstly, hybrid identity formation. We found that Indian users navigate between local and global cultural contexts on Reddit. Most engage primarily with global English language subreddits, while selectively participating in Indian specific communities. This reflects a form of what Bhabha would call cultural hybridity, where users construct global Indian identities. A participant noted that Reddit is not Indian friendly. They're called curry munchers or masala spillers, etc. This highlights the need to further localize the platform. Our second finding is related to community formation. Subreddits function as imagined communities, as Benedict Anderson would call it. Users reported feeling a sense of belongingness in niche, interest-based communities. An interview expressed, you feel part of a universe of a TV show. All of us interact as specific characters from that specific show. It was Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Another noted a deep sense of kinship with the subreddit related to the JEE exam and the CAT exam. However, the dominance of English on the platform limits participation for several Indians. The third finding is related to anonymity and self-expression. Reddit's pseudonymity enables more candid discussions on sensitive topics, especially related to mental health, related to LGBTQ identity, and so on. A Redditor expressed that they cannot express their opinions freely on Facebook or Instagram, but they can freely do so on Reddit. They can talk about their LGBTQ identity. Okay. Finally, we found a lot of digital inequality where there was a preponderance of members of a certain class and a certain caste on Reddit. Ultimately, the need of the hour is a more inclusive decolonial approach to not only study global platforms, but also to design them. Our work contributes to understanding digital cultures beyond the West and opens up avenues for research in Indian youth's online experiences. Our point is to highlight the growing relevance of platform studies from a digital sociological and digital anthropological perspective broadly in the so-called global South and of course specifically in India. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we'll be starting off with the online presentations. Our first presenter is... Sorry? What's your name? Huh? Your name is not there in the list. Maybe I have the old list, I'm not sure. But can we take your case later as we are running short of time? Yeah, you just check it out. In the meantime, we'll start off with the online presentation. He has one, but it's not in the list, so I'm so sorry. But come over and give your presentation, and you please state out your topic because it's not here. What's his topic? No, it was not there. Yeah, please start your presentation. His presentation would be on, it's not even moving. Huh. Reimagining caste hierarchy, social mobility and transformation in Satra tradition of Assam. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Jairaj Kalita, research scholar from the Department of Anthropology, Nagaland University. It's a 12-page paper which I've tried to summarize in 8 points. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You can just give the methodology and your findings.
यही वाला है. So in this paper, I have tried to analyze the historical development of Satta tradition, which was actually focused on creating an egalitarian society, which was visioned by the great saint from Assam, Srimanta Shankar Deva. And then I have used a mixed method approach where I have combined qualitative and historical analysis, both archival research, textual analysis, with ethnographic fieldwork. If we trace the evolution of Hotra or the Hotriya culture of Assam, the purpose was to create an egalitarian society where there would be no caste divisions. But ultimately, from over a period of time, many Brahmanical elements started appearing in the social structure of Assam. I have also tried to study the process of Sanskritization, where a member of the lower caste group tries to elevate their status to a higher caste group. So usually the position of Hottadhikar is reserved for the upper two castes, the Brahmin Goswamis and the Kayastra Mahantas. So during the process of Sanskritization, we have observed that there are many Satras who have Gosais, what is usually called in North India, who actually come from lower caste backgrounds and have elevated that status to the status of Kayastras and Brahmins. I have tried to study the influence of the Ahom culture which had on Hotra, which is the result of Sanskritization. And I have done a case study of Sri Vishnu Hotra, where the Hottadhikar belongs to a scheduled tribe community. Sri Bonojit Rabha. Rabha is a ST community in Assam. He was appointed as the Hottadhikar in the year 2023. He was Sanskritized by the Hottadhikar of Auniyati Hotra by doing the Upanayana ceremony, which is usually for the upper three castes. And so my finding here is that although the Hotra system was introduced in Assam, the Mahapurukya Vaishnavism was introduced in Assam to remove the caste barriers, but over a period of time, this caste system reappeared. And again, due to certain reformist movements that we are having in Assam, many people from the lower background are now elevated to the positions of Hottadhikar. Thank you.
Thank you for the quick presentation. And I'm happy that you pronounced it correctly as Hotros, because even I pronounced it incorrectly in the beginning because I didn't have your paper with me. So next we start off with the online presentations, and the first one is Miss Saiza. She's a research scholar from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya. And her topic is From Warriors to Peacemakers, the transformation of youth roles in peace building, Konoma, Nagaland. Can we have the online presenters? Among the online people present here, is the presenter here? Can you just raise
Yes, ma'am.
You are there? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to present a PPT?
Yes.
Is sharing allowed? Share. Yeah, please quickly share your presentation.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peloseno Shaiza, and I am a research scholar from the Department of Anthropology, Northeastern Hill University, under the supervision of Ma'am Lucy Zehol. The study today, the topic is From Warriors to Peacemakers, the Transformation of Youth Roles in Peace Building in Konoma, Nagaland. Giving a historical context about Konoma village, it is a historically well-known village in Nagaland. The youth back then in the village demonstrated valor and loyalty through acts that defended and brought distinction to their community, which included acts such as head hunting. However, over the years, we can see that there are transformation from violence to peace building. The study focus is on anthropological study examining the evolving roles of the youth in conflict resolution and peace building. This study mainly focuses on one of the case studies, which will be mentioned, and one of the key objectives is also to understand the transition from violence towards as champions of peace. The methods that were involved were through case study, through unstructured interviews, participant observation, and secondary data. The case study mentioned here is one particularly called as Konoma Public Commission. This was formed as a call by the youth to the elders as well as the leaders of the village to bring upon peace. Given a brief historical understanding of the village, this village was striven with violence and wars from the World War II, as well as their traditional practices, and as well as during the Naga nationalism movement. There were inter-clan conflict causing two of the clans. There are three clans in the village, so two of the clans had to run away, whereas one clan remained back. This caused further enmity, hurt, and pain. This commission, focusing on these key factors leading to the transformation from the study, we can understand the colonial campaigns against headhunting, the influence of Christianity in fostering peace and conflict resolution, education, and the village leadership enabled the Konoma Public Commission to be brought about. What is this Konoma Public Commission? This was constituted by the young people with one of the aim that hurts not being transformed can be transferred. So here, from each of the clan members, equal number of people were appointed to carry out in assisting to assigned issues. They were assigned issues. They were responsible for extending assistance and facilitating healing, forgiveness, and mutual goodwill. This was all possible because of the keeping in mind that they want a better future for the younger generation. This Konoma Public Commission lasted for about 12 years, from 2004 to 2015, and it brought about a closure of 22 intra-Konoma killings, as well as various other inter-clan disputes, land disputes, and several other issues in the village. What we can understand from this study is that this study brought about a peace solution in the village, which may not be possible at all times. But this initiative of the community, as well as the role that young people have played in voicing their concern, brought about this solution. From this study, we can understand that the transformation of Konoma's youth not only highlights their potential as agents of change, but also underscores important anthropological insights into conflict resolution and peace building. In the last point, the study also revealed that Konoma youth's transformation, the role of their youth role transformation from warriors to peace builders, demonstrated that despite changing times, their core ethos, rooted in valor, loyalty, and community, endures, supported by anthropological insight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Our next online presenter is Miss Payal Roy. She's a research. Till the time I give your introduction, please try to set up your PPT. She's a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of North Bengal, Darjeeling, West Bengal. Her topic is Life Amid Conflict, a case study on the perspectives of women tea plantation workers in Jalpaiguri district.
Hello, am I audible?
Can you speak a little louder? We can't hear you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, now you are.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. So, as you can see, the topic of my article is the paper is Life Amidst Conflicts, a case study on the perspective of women tea plantation workers in Jalpaiguri district. So, this paper is basically based on the conflicted life struggles of the women tea garden workers of Jalpaiguri area, mainly focusing on the Gorumara National Forest. So when we say conflict, what does conflict mean? It is a confronted situation which is unwanted and which can cause harm to both the human as well as animal species, and that conflict is known as human wildlife conflict according to WWF, as you can see on the screen itself. So talking about Gorumara National Park, apart from being very famous for its wildlife and scenic view, it is also famous for its tea plantation. But it is very romanticized part from an outsider's point of view. But if you ask a person who's residing, who's a part of that particular area, says that it is a struggle in day-to-day life. The conflict that happens, that goes on in that area, is it's a very dangerous issue that needs to be talked about. This article basically focuses on the lives of these women tea plantation workers. It looks at how the experiences have shaped them in terms of their culture, money, gender, especially dealing with the issues related with the human-wildlife conflict. Moving on to the objectives of the study. The objective of the study is basically about the challenges that the women workers face or encounter in their everyday lives, the safety measures that they need to prioritize, how does this impact on the mental well-being of the women, the attitude of the women towards the wild animal, and the phenomenon of migration and displacement that will be discussed later. So, this research basically focuses on the two villages of the buffer zone area of Gorumara National Park, that is Tesimala and Sulgapara. This is also taken into consideration as it lies very close to Hayai Patthar Tea Garden and Grassmore Tea Garden. For the research sample, we have taken 45 women from each village aging between 80 to 60 years who are technically and active tea garden workers. And the primary data for this research was taken in terms of questionnaires, close-end questions, interviews, etc. Moving on to the findings of the study. As you can see in the chart 1, it is given when asked about the confrontation of the challenges in your daily life, majority of them did say yes, they agreed to the human-animal conflict in their day-to-day basis. Pie chart 2 talks about economic challenges that they face, which is directly related to the challenges that they face due to the confrontation of the wildlife in their regular basis. So, them being a daily wage worker, if there is a chance of wild animal walking freely in the area, they tend to stay home for the safety measures. Now, which causes them to be absent from their work area, which leads to cancellation of their daily payment of that particular day.
Payal,
Yes, ma'am.
your time is up. Just give the conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Moving on to the conclusion, we found that this study has basically shown that tea garden workers that lives near the wildlife need more support from the management as well as the government. There are few loopholes that has been that needs to be corrected, but like there are places where the implementation has started off. Women, they show a positive and show strength, positive attitude towards the wildlife or the human wildlife conflict in this area. Talking about sympathy, which there were few case studies that has showed that has provided support. Their cultural views regarding this has made a pretty clear diplomatic situation in this area, and to make things better for this particular area for women to work in a safer environment, governments, organizations, and local communities should come together and work together to provide a better lifestyle for these women in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Payal. Our next presenter is Mr. Isaac. He's a junior research fellow, Department of Anthropology, Manipur University. And his work is on peace building through clan association, a case of Mar tribe. You just have 3 minutes. Please maintain time. Please start your presentation.
Okay, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'll start right away. So I'm Isaac, and I'll be presenting on the topic peace building through clan association, a case of Mar tribe. I'll go straight to. Why isn't my slide moving?
You can just give the methodology and your conclusion.
Yes. So I'll come to the tribe concern since my slide is not moving in the PPT. This present study is based on fieldwork conducted in 2 field sites. In the Mar tribe in Churchandpur, Manipur, one of the major tribes, well-established villages, they intermingle with tribes of the same ethnicity and religion. And there is a provision of Article 371C. And about the Mar and Karbi Anglong Assam, they are the minority. They settle in small pockets. They intermingle with people of different ethnicity and religion, and there is a Sikh settle in place. But even though there are these differences in these 2 field sites, it was found that there is one traditional institution, the Laibung institution, which is very much relevant in these 2 field sites. So let's see how this institution plays a role in peace building in a Mar society by looking at 2 cases that. Okay, my slide is moving now. So these 2 cases, I'll present these 2 cases and I'll come to my conclusion. These 2 cases, Mr. Rama and Miss Kimi were in a relationship. Kimi became pregnant. Rama refused to marry Kimi as he suspected his pregnancy, and there was a trouble. So this clan association steps in as a mediator between these 2 conflicting parties, and they asked the man to pay fine as per the customary law. But then the man refused, and then the clan association informed him that a court case would be filed against him if he did not comply to the customary law. In this way, the man accepted his fine and paid the fine, and in this way, the case was resolved. Coming to case number 2, a Mar woman married to a man from a different tribe was brutally murdered by her husband. As per Mar customary law, the clan association stepped in as mediator, and they imposed penalty on the perpetrator's family. All this that we have seen here are being demanded as fine, as penalty. However, the perpetrator party could barely arrange 1 pig and a sum of 1 lakh rupees. So the clan association, after deliberation, decided to forgive them of the monetary fine in God's name. The culprit, however, is arrested by the police and will be tried according to criminal law under the constitution. So looking at these 2 cases, it is very much evident that this clan association is very much relevant in these 2 field sites, where they play a very vital role as mediators in resolving conflicts, thereby building peace in the society between their own tribesmen and also with people of other tribes, and thereby choking out future paths wherein they introduce a peace treaty kind of agreement to ensure that no such violence should result again in the future. So I'll come to the conclusion. This is my conclusion. Yes, I'm coming to my conclusion. In spite of different social and cultural environments in the 2 field sites, it is found that Laibung institution is a part and parcel of Mar peace building and conflict resolution. So though conflicts share common characteristics, they at the same time vary depending on the local context. Traditional knowledge of conflicts, peace building, and conflict resolution is of great value as it is rooted in the ground reality.
Please. I'm so sorry, but our next chairperson is here, so we need to conclude our session ASAP. So there are 2 more presenters. Mr. Prem, he is a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, Manipur University. His work is on social institutional crisis among the Chots in the post-independence period. Please start your presentation. Just give your methodology and your conclusion.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, this research adopts a qualitative approach, and the study was conducted in Lamlanghupi Chothe village. There exists both Christianity and traditional beliefs. The people there follow both this religion. And interviews were held with elders, church leaders, and those who practice the traditional religion. And findings, I'll come direct to the findings. The introduction of Christianity has led to division within the Chothe community as different denominations, namely Catholic, Baptist, Aishai, arise alongside existing traditional beliefs. And this has created religious dualism where different factions within the same community adhere to different religious systems which undermine social cohesion. And the differences between the Christian and traditional religious faith are significant regarding beliefs, practices, and societal impacts. And these differences often have led to various transformations within the community, influencing cultural identity, social cohesion, and the broader structure of religious institution, and leading to bifurcation. And the conversion of Christianity has led some members to abandon the traditional cultural practices they once engaged in, and this raised concerns over potential cultural erosion and ensuing identity crisis. Next, I'll come to the conclusion. Religion is a part of the society. It is common to the group. Its beliefs and practices are acquired by each individual as a member of the society. And one of the main functions of the religion is to justify, rationalize, and support the sentiments that give cohesion to the society. However, in the case of the present study, social cohesion is not achieved, but it creates a bifurcation as they have different sets of beliefs and practices. And in every society, there is a sub-distinction between the holy, ordinary, and the unholy. The thing holy to one institution may not be considered holy and vice versa. And for example, the Christian faith might not consider the sacrifice of animals in rituals by the indigenous. Those who practice indigenous religion may not be holy to them, and likewise, the Christian baptism may be nothing if taken literally by the indigenous religious practitioners. And the relation of this to the society is not a symbolic relation, but only a functional one. The effect of the beliefs and rights with respect to sacred symbol is to create a more cohesive society. And the traditional beliefs are incorporated into Christian practices, leading to syncretism. This blending of beliefs allow for some cultural preservation, but it can also dilute or alter the original meaning of traditional rituals and symbols. And as humanity moves from small isolated societies in direction of huge, complex, and urbanized one, religion in modern civilization tends toward secularism, secularization. Secularization can definitely go a long way, but there is ultimately a limit. If the population becomes too matter of fact in its attitudes, too calculating in its behavior, and too sophisticated in its values, it is likely not to stick together sufficiently to maintain order and protection. The resulting social disorder may give rise to new religious sects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyang Prem, for your presentation. And now we come to the final presentation of this session. It's Ms. Sazia Samreen. Her presentation is on investigating the anthropological underpinnings of palliative care movement in Malabar, Sufi traditions, community participation, and volunteerism. Please start your presentation. Just give the methodology and the conclusion. Thank you.
Hello, yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah. So first, I just want to define the palliative care, then I will move further. Palliative care, as we know that it is according to WHO, it defined palliative care is like that. It is a total care of patients whose disease is not responsive to curative treatment, control of pain of other symptom and other psychological, social and spiritual problem of paramount. The goal of palliative care is achievement of the best possible quality of life for patient and their families. And one more important thing, death with dignity is very important part of palliative care. Here is methodology. We used here ethnography, in-depth interview, participant observation, and text analysis. Historical background of palliative care. No need to go through this. Yeah. Here, these in Kerala, that Mapla Muslims are very much inclined towards the service of people, and just hello. Yeah, that Arab and Malabari tradition is happen here, and these two culture come along, and they created a very beautiful binding with each other, and what developed is acculturation took place, and excuse me, yeah. I'm really confused that 3 minutes very less.
Conclusion.
Yeah, just to give you a minute. So, and here the palliative care movement was started in 90s. It was started by the Dr. Rajagopalia in 90s, and with the medical college, and it's gradually enhanced, and that neighborhood network in palliative care took place. It was established in 1999. In this, in this palliative care movement, it is a process in which that a group of palliative care, it visited to the home of the needy and taking care of the patient. So here my study is mostly on the one palliative care from Kozhikode. The name is Grace Palliative Care. So it established in 2004, and till date it treated 3,844 patients, and this year it is covering 338 patients. And mostly this sort of palliative care is running on the volunteers. Volunteers are the very lay people, and they are just motivated to from their cultural ethos, which is coming from that Malabari culture and the Sufi tradition. This is the mixture of these two traditions, and what motivated them to go giving these duties, and they're just taking care of the patient from home to home. And these great. Hello.
Please, can you share your conclusion? We are running out of time.
Yeah. So our finding is like that civic involvement for palliative care is very much important here, and it's really working and supporting government. And the volunteer spiritual practices again keeping them to move towards the helping other, and they are always in the practicing of Sufi's literature, and the volunteers are mostly inclined towards that thoughts. And when I asked one volunteers what really moved them, so her answer was like that. They are doing this just for the sake of God and the life hereafter. There's no any. They don't want anything from the worldly affairs or worldly things. This is, and thank you.
Thank you so much for the paper. Usually at the end of a session, we are supposed to summarize the papers and give a present it, but I think it would be unfair to all our presenters as we were hurrying them to finish their presentations and to give in-depth comment at this point of time. However, as a teacher, I just cannot stop myself, and I'll just point out in broadly how some of the presentations. One that I had seen among the presenters is that many of you are using the term questionnaire, scheduled questionnaire, when you are talking about face-to-face interviews. Please kindly go back to your books and find the difference between an interview schedule and a questionnaire. As a researcher, it is very important that all of you take care of this one crucial point. And all the papers were very good, but the first paper I was curious about substance abuse. You have given all stated the points in terms of violence and injuries. What was left out? Maybe you have done it in your paper, that you did not talk about the causes of the substance abuse, which is very important to understand among the youths. And the one thing that really impressed me about Shreya's paper was when she was talking about stitching as a form of bringing about solidarity among the people and moving them forward. I was just remembering that 2 days back, one of my colleagues had shared her embroidery with me, and she was doing it because she wanted to invest her time in building her mental peace, because she was going through some issues. So it is not only in the conflict zone areas that we find such kind of work, but even in our own day-to-day life, we can inculcate such things. And moving on to Joyras Kolita's paper, when you are talking about the lower caste as being Sanskritized, I think you should go back to the history of the Hotras, because when Srimanta Madhavdev was doing the Hotras in Majuli, it was not Srimanta Shankardev who had done it. He had 4 disciples, and one of them was Gopala Atta, and he was inspired to go and work among the lower caste, and he worked among the Koiborters. So they were already a part of the tradition. So when we are talking about reimagining, we also have to look at the history, right? So there are a lot of discussions that can go into this, but due to paucity of time, we'll stop here, and I'll hand over the session to our chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think without wasting any more time, we will come to the end of this. And I think the entire session was, as the students were ranging from Delhi University to the Northeast University, talking about peacekeeping in conflict areas, I found all the studies to be very relevant. And of course, as rightly mentioned by our co-chair, with regard to methodology, research methodology, as overall, I think a lot of more needs to be done, and I'm sure you will be doing it in the due course of time. So I would, my only concern is with respect to all research scholars is to do focus on the methodology aspect of whatever research that you're doing and be very thorough about it. Your research design must be appropriate. Then only your research paper comes out to be fruitful in nature. So that is why towards the end, because of paucity of time, we were just asking for objective research methodology and your findings. All right. So I just hope that, we all have learned our part in this session, and we look forward to the next session. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Romi Dev to felicitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shruti Shiv. So, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shruti Singh to felicitate our invited guest, Shweta ma'am, Dr. Shweta Rawat. Come home. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Romi Dev to felicitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shruti Singh. And now our co-chair, Ruxana Zaman ma'am. Dr. Ruxana Zaman.
Right, actually, yeah, it should be like this. Yeah.
Sweta, I'm leaving it here because I'm going with the group chairperson.
Archana, yes, I'm just. Yes, yes. आप लोग अपना PPT body AUCI and MDP register implement fill करोगे. This is body and MDP.
ये क्वेश्चन है जमा देंगे
पेनड्राइव लगा के चला था
हाँ तो पहला है
ठीक है
बहुत सारे लोग पेनड्राइव को दे दो तो अपनी कॉपी कर लो. मैंने तो मेरी कर दिया.
यही सब पेनड्राइव
उस उसमें है ये लास्ट सेकंड है जिससे हाँ
सर मैंने तो पे किया हुआ है. मेरा भी आप सेव कर लेते हैं.
ये वो प्रेजेंटेशन है जो सेशन सेकंड में चल रही है आपकी.
हाँ सेशन ये सेशन होगा 6
स्टेशन 6. पर वो पेनड्राइव से
presenters are here. I think we should start the session. Everyone will wish us happy today. It's all right. But the participants should just give an announce there. The session is. I'll just announce it. Yeah, the session is starting. Can we just see okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. The theme of this session is Perspectives on Reproductive and Child Health. The chair for this session is Professor Rumi Deb. Professor Rumi Deb is head of Department of Anthropology in Amity Institute of Social Sciences at Amity University. She has done her MPhil from NEHU, Shillong, and PhD from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Professor Deb has completed multiple projects from major institutions like ICMR, ICSSR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Intel Technology Private Limited, CSR, and Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. She has published more than 60 research papers in reputed international and national journals, over 27 years of her research experience. Professor Dev's specialization ranges from biosocial anthropology, women's studies, adolescent studies, demography, maternal and child health, reproductive health, public health, and population genetics. Professor Dev is a peer reviewer of various international and national journals. Professor Rumi has organized several numerous conferences, seminars, workshops, and professional development programs as convener and organizing secretary. The co-chair for the session is Dr. N.K. Mungrefi. Dr. Mungrefi is an assistant professor at Department of Anthropology, Amity University. She has accomplished academic and research specializing in biological anthropology, anthropological epidemiology, and public health. She has over 10 years of research expertise focusing on epidemiology, lifestyle diseases, biosocial health, dynamics, bone health, tribal studies, and more. Dr. Mungrefi's academic journey includes prestigious postdoctoral fellowships, such as being an international visiting fellow at the University of Nottingham, UK, and various fellowships at Indian institutions. She also has 6.5 years of teaching experience, significantly contributing to the field of anthropology and public health. Now I would request Professor Rumi to introduce our invited speakers.
So good afternoon, everybody. And I think we should not delay further and start with the program, the afternoon session, which was supposed to start at 2:45 p.m. We are already late by more than half an hour. So today's invited speaker, Dr. Suman Chakravarti, Associate Professor, Department of Anthropology. He would be giving the talk on his, the title is not here. So Dr. Suman Chakravarti is the Associate Professor at the Department of Anthropology and former Coordinator of Department of Food and Nutrition, Mrinalini Bhatta, Mahavidyapit, West Bengal. He is a biocultural anthropologist whose research spans is Central, Eastern and Northeastern India, focusing on vulnerable population, particularly the Sijidal tribes. Dr. Chakravarti's work investigates the biocultural dynamics of food, nutrition, and health, with an emphasis on the relationship between food, culture, and society, and their impact on human health and nutrition. He has explored the role of agriculture in food and nutritional security among the marginalized farmers and is currently examining gender roles in maternal and child health care, factoring in psychological dimensions. Dr. Chakravarti has published extensively on nutritional transitions among scheduled tribes and is interested in food security issues among the indigenous communities in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Asia Pacific region. So we welcome Dr. Chakravarti and we are looking forward to hear from you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all of you, respected chair, co-chair, and my dear friends. So, as chair said that I'm interested in the food security issue among the marginalized communities. Beside that important issues, I also interested in maternal and child health in biocultural perspectives. So when I got the invitations from respected madam and also AIS, I thought that what kind of things and specifically reproductive child health I should concentrate during my presentation. So today's presentations, I thought long back that sudden drop of vaccinations, specifically child immunizations, after the initiations of the child immunizations, near about above 90% in all over the India. So why the different kind of drift in case of the child immunization or vaccination occurred in Indian context? So I'm trying to synthesize through my presentations. So the title of my presentation is The Regional Pattern and Associates of Reproductive Childhood Conditions in India, and a special emphasis make on the child vaccinations. And this is the outline of my presentations. So all of you know that the 4 pillars of RCA, that is reproductive child health, is a family planning, maternal health, and child immunization. So today's my interpretations mainly concentrate on the child immunization status on the basis of the national level data and trying to understand how the culture is regulating that kind of child immunizations in population level, why anthropological understanding is important for overall perspectives. So the research questions based on my understanding is to investigate the regional patterns of reproductive child health. As you know, that India is so diverse in nature, in geography, in culture, in society, and they have a different kind of perceptions also. And then what kind of associates are regulating the vaccination status of the children? That is important for implementation point of view, for intervention point of view, and this time Government of India, they are trying to implement and consider those issues. So material and method of the studies, the national level studies based on the NFHS 5 data and including the SRS data and also Census of India, and regional level studies, the micro level studies, some of the studies I have collected from the PubMed and Google Scholars, and NFHS 5 data I have opted from DHS to registration systems, and they are giving me the permission to do the analysis based on my SPSS software. So this is a data extractions, initially 1,32,447 data, and I only consider the vaccinations occurred those who interviewed the mother and they saw the curve, specifically the date. It includes the 27,550. The output variable consider the dichotomous in nature, and it considers the all basic vaccinations they get, and next is without all basic vaccinations. The basic vaccinations include the BCG, DPT3, polio 3 and measles 1, and others is without any sort of things, any dose they skipped, right? So I use it 0, 1 as because I use the multiple regression analysis, logistic regression analysis, and due to this coding system is required for understanding. Apart from that, there are different kind of covariates. Whatever the possibilities I use there. Thanks, Professor Joshi already is there. Thank you. And the statistical analysis includes descriptive statistics as well as the inferential statistics. Ethical clearance, they are opting the ethical clearance from the national and international point of view. So one of the pillars is the family planning. You see that the 33%, nearly 33% of the population, they are not, still not, according to NFHS 5, they are not using any sort of family planning practices. And these planning practices are mainly below average at the national level is northeastern part of India. So the antenatal and maternal antenatal care and delivery, you see that there is an increase in the percentage who receive the antenatal care, the percentage who receive antenatal care in first trimester, percentage of birth delivery in health facilities, and percentage of delivery assisted by skilled providers. But when the men came into the question, their perceptions regarding whether the delivery and immunization antenatal care is required for the family point of view, they say that the cost is too much. That's why they are not giving the antenatal care. And some of the significant percentage of men did not think that it is necessary and did not allow them to get the vaccinations during the antenatal care. So this is the patriarchal nature. And side by side, our last project, ICSSL project, about the gender role and attitudes towards child welfare practices in North Chব্বিশ পরগনা districts in West Bengal, it also shows the similar kind of results. So if you ask the mother and also the father that whether you discriminate the gender, and they said that no, but if you go into the methodology as used by the anthropologists, that is their case studies, FGD and ethnographies, you clearly find that is a discrimination still exists in the mind of the mother also, because the society is controlled by the father, right? So the thing is that the reason for the not delivering the healthcare facilities is the distance is another important thing. Now coming to the maternal mortality ratios, the central India and northeastern part of the India, you see, shows the highest rate. The sex ratio is fluctuating and now just kind of recovering. This is childhood mortality rates. It's also concentrated in central and East Asian, Northeast Asian, Northeast Indian context, but it's decreasing. Child health and nutrition, these all are the facts. Maternal health status, now child vaccinations. So, as I said that my concentrations today's lectures based on the child vaccinations. To initiate the child vaccinations is near above 95%. But the end of all vaccinations came down into 77%. That is the problem, no? That is the problem, and that problem is mainly concentrated. You see that average percentage is 77% in India, and below that average percentage, you see Mizoram, Manipur, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. These all are the northeastern part of the states. They are less in order to complete their childhood vaccinations. That is the problem. Nowadays, Dr. Logo from Arunachal Pradesh is the deputy director of the Ministry of Health. They are campaigning of that particular areas. So I concentrate on the childhood vaccinations, as I said in methodology, and it shows that 13.6% of them, they are not getting all vaccinations. So they are not getting all vaccinations and concentrate mainly northeastern part of India in compared to southern part. Females are not getting the vaccinations. So the birth order, which is above in their nature, they are not getting vaccinations. Mothers who are illiterate in nature, they are not getting vaccinations. Totally, who are not watching televisions regularly, they are not getting vaccinations. And the urban part, interesting, they are not getting vaccination, but insignificant in nature. And wealth index, it shows that the poor, they are not getting vaccinations. The social groups, you see that the STs populations, they are the most victim one, and the minorities. When I compiled all the socioeconomic the parameters in one frame and calculate that minority, poor, and rural, you see that minority, poor, and rural, they are the prime most victim who are not completed all vaccinations throughout Indian context, right? So after that, I used stepwise logistic regression analysis. It shows in step 7. It's why it is shows step 7, because each and every factor shows the significance in each and every steps. So in step 7, where 86.7% the overall percentage range and Naharkalke R square near about 57%, it shows that the northeastern part, they are 2.601 more likely to be not getting vaccinations in full. The child between 12 to 23 months. That is very basic in nature. And they are the victim. No. So in that particular fashions, every apart from the place of residence, other factors are significant in nature. Now RCH, reproductive child health conditions in indigenous population of India, long back in 2010, I have published one article in Studies and Tribals, and see that among the Dhurgons communities, and this is a collaborative work of my postdoctoral mentor, Professor Mitosri Mitro, and it shows that the high percentage of the mother, they are not taking the antenatal checkup, 51.72%. And see, it's similar trend are coming after 14 years. So there's some gap. We have to understand this gap. The child vaccination in Northeast India, as I saw, as I displayed in there, that Northeast India, the dropout rate is very, very high. Backward, hilly region tribes, the terrain, the difficulties to reach the healthcare centers, and there's a huge number of dropout. When I analyze the district level, come into the context of district level, it is very, very small in number. That is, I am not showing the statistics there, but in district level, Manipur, I analyzed national level data. I published near about 20 papers. Manipur is one of the vulnerable state, not only the current position, sir. I repeatedly said, why? It's very, very matter of concern. Manipur, vitamin D deficiency, childhood undernutrition, other immunizations, other factors, violence, interviolence. So the Manipur and this particular case, the Tangkhul, Meithei, so Dr. Meithei said me that the concentration is mainly with Tangkhul tribal community. 61.3% of them, they have not completed their vaccinations. And it shows during the COVID-19 one. See, Manipur, Arunachal, Meghalaya, Nagaland, right? So this is the some selected. Now the thing is that Professor Basu, during 1986, they have edited one book, sir. Primada also the paper. And that particular book, Professor Basu wrote, the associated against female familial bias was absent among the Indian tribes. They quoted. But in 2000, Maharatna said that unfortunate trend of the tribal gender bias comforting to the mainstreaming even female patterns. So gender bias, society is changing very fast. So after that, my paper published among the Shabul tribal community, who are the most victim of that particular population? Children, the rural population. Who are the finest? Forest area. How? Because of that particular Dioscorea species. These Dioscorea species contain anti-helminthic properties, and right after the rice ceremony, they are getting these anti-helminthic properties. The food, this called Dioscorea species, it is available throughout the Eastern Ghat and Western Ghat, and that is very popular with the forest people. So they did not want to deworm their fat. So this is a changing nature. I have two papers among the Nicobarese Islands also. And now the culture is coming. All of you know the Urja. Urja became popular in Uttarakhand as because it composed of different kind of khichdi, hodgepodge. The composition is different. It is not important for Bengal or southern part because its compositions. Whether the taste is important or preference, that is important. Now, regional pattern, we should concentrate very. Now, second slides, last. WHO established in 1948, In 2017, they realized culture matters. So after several years, and this report published by Napier et al. Napier is one of the renowned anthropologists from London. Culture matters. And it gives us three directional models. One is nutrition culture health, one is environmental culture health, and another is migration culture health. I am doing this kind of work throughout my 30 years journey, and I use both quantitative and qualitative method in order to, this is our power, that in order to establish the fact, that in order to summarize what kind of nature of implementation we should do. So we need the inclusive strategies involving cultural specific intervention and training of the not only the people but also the healthcare worker who are doing work in that particular fashion, because vaccination is very, very important in coming time, not in COVID. In coming time, as Professor Joshi is there, I'm very fortunate that he's on my lecture these days. So thank you very much. And I extremely acknowledge the IAS and Professor Romidev. I invite Romidev, please come to my institute. And I arranged all these things. Professor Barun Kavata is there. And he visited many times in my institute, my college. So I also invite Professor P.C. Joshi to come. Subhita is there. Thank you very much. And that is my my website. And if you want to understand more detail, what kind of work I am doing, juggling in terms of number, in terms of stories, I put in my specific personal website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakravarti, because of your intense deliberation on the immunization. And being like, I have some idea, very limited idea among the Northeast states, and I've worked on immunization in Meghalaya. I've collected primary data, and the same results were shown. Of course, it's old now. I did it in 2005-6, and it shows something similar. The trend is similar. But then Professor Ashish Bose was there. So he said you should find out the reason why. And when we went to find out the reason why, there were a lot of myths associated with not going for immunization. And one of the important myths was like, once they are vaccinated, and then they have very high raised body temperature, they have high temperature, which is a natural phenomenon. But then this rural people, or you can say those who are not aware, like they were hesitant to go for the next time. So this was one of the reasons. So we can discuss much more maybe sometime later. Any questions? But like, yes, sir.
First of all, I will congratulate you for a very excellent and again giving us a all India picture. One point that you mentioned very crucial about Northeast. Now we had hypothesis that education and all these health indicators, they go together. More the education, better they are. Northeast is one of the place where you have Mizoram, where there is a literacy rate is very, very high. So why, in spite of good literacy, the poor indicators? This is something which we must work on, because beyond that also there are such. Secondly, like you actually have talked of minorities. Now, minority in India is a very, very elusive concept, because minority is a very heterogeneous. You have Parsis who have a very, very high literacy. We have very, very high in terms of, economy also very high. You have Sikhs, very prosperous community. You have Jains, again very prosperous. Now, if you look into immunization rates of Jains, Parsis and Sikhs, and then compare them with Muslims, you will find a very big difference. So what has happened in this kind of minority, Jews included, in this kind of minority that you see, the Muslim chunk has actually enveloped all of them. Whereas some of them may be having the highest, health indicators, and it is masked because of the, like a large majority of them. So therefore, in Indian context, I think minority is not a homogeneous kind of a thing. So its heterogeneity has to be, I would say, as an anthropologist, should be there. That's all.
Thank you. Due to the constant slides and everything data I have, they have rightly said that yes, this minority shows the majority when down by the Muslims. Yes. That's it. During the paper writing, I just segregated all these things.
Thank you very much, sir. We might have more questions, but we will have to discuss it later since we do not have much time. We will start with the presentation. I would like to request presenters to please take maximum 5 minutes. So please tell us your topic and your major findings and conclusion. So we will start with Sweta. You're ready, right? Yeah, 5 minutes maximum.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my presentation is Adverse Pregnancy Outcomes and Cardiometabolic Health, a cross-sectional study from Mansa, Punjab. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in women. 35% of all deaths in women worldwide are caused by cardiovascular diseases. However, the cardiovascular disease among women is understudied, under-recognized, under-diagnosed, under-treated, and women are underrepresented in clinical trials. The risk of cardiovascular disease in women is often underestimated due to the misperception that women are more protected than men for CVDs. Although women usually have a lower incidence of CVD than men, a number of clinical evidences have demonstrated that women have a higher rate of mortality and poor prognosis following an acute cardiovascular event. Possible causes of the gender differences in CVD, it can be classified into common factors and women-specific factors. These are the common risk factors, which include metabolic, micronutrients, advancing age, genetic susceptibility, epigenetic alteration, etc. However, there are certain women-specific risk factors, which include pregnancy complications, menopause, polycystic ovarian syndrome, gravida, parity, menarche, etc. Adverse pregnancy outcome including preeclampsia, preterm birth, gestational diabetes mellitus, and small for gestational age infants have been associated with future maternal CVD risks. Women with adverse pregnancy outcomes have maladaptive responses to pregnancy. It has been hypothesized that pregnancy may act as a stress test for future CVD. Whether adverse pregnancy outcomes merely unmask a woman's pre-existing CVD risk or are actually mediators of future CVD pathogenesis is still unclear. So basically, if a woman is having these issues in pre-pregnancy, she is more likely to have preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, SG, and preterm delivery during pregnancy, which will further lead to future CVD risks. So the aim of the study is to understand the association of adverse pregnancy outcomes with various cardiometabolic risk factors among the women of Mansa, Punjab. This is a cross-sectional study which was conducted in the Mansa district of Punjab. I have included ever married women. However, pregnant women, women above the age of 75 years, and women suffering from major chronic illnesses were excluded from the study. The study was approved by Ethical Committee, Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. So I have recruited 700 women through household surveys. The data was collected using pre-tested modified various somatometric measurements, including height, weight, waist circumference, hip circumference was taken. Physiological measurements was taken, which includes BP. Serum samples was used for glucose and lipid measurements using spectrophotometry technique. All the measurements were taken using or following standard protocols. All classification of obesity, blood pressure, and biochemical variables were according to established criteria. The present study is a population-based study in which adverse pregnancy outcomes like stillbirths, preterm births, abortions, miscarriages, and recurrent miscarriages could be captured through recall method. Therefore, in the context of these findings, only those adverse pregnancy outcomes are further being studied. In the present study, 510 women had normal pregnancy outcomes. However, 178 women had adverse pregnancy outcomes, and 14 women had nulli gravida, that is no pregnancy. The figure shows the distribution of types of adverse pregnancy outcomes and offspring mortality among recruited women. Of the total offspring's death that occurred among the recruited women, miscarriage was the most prominent, followed by abortions, infant mortality, and stillbirths. The early and late child mortality were found to be the lowest. This table shows the median levels of cardiometabolic health variables among women having normal and adverse pregnancy outcomes. It was found that median levels of BMI were significantly higher, and the median levels of LDL cholesterol and VLDL cholesterol were significantly lower among the women who had adverse pregnancy outcomes. The distribution and association of cardiometabolic health variables among women with pregnancy outcomes was further analyzed. A significant higher frequency of underweight, overweight, as well as obesity was found among the women who had adverse pregnancy outcomes in the past than those who had normal pregnancy outcomes. Further, I have performed odds ratio. Odds ratio analysis was performed to understand the association of pregnancy outcomes and cardiometabolic health variables. Adverse pregnancy outcome was posing an increased risk for more than two-folds for overweight and obesity. However, for other variables, no significant result was obtained. Okay. In the present study, history of adverse pregnancy outcome was posing an increased risk for overweight and obesity. Bhasin and Kapoor in an hospital and household survey of an urban caste group showed that the risk of obesity was higher among women with a history of GDM, hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, birth weight, preterm birth, and inappropriate sizes gestational age. Yes, ma'am. A recent meta-analysis also reported similar findings. According to some studies, pregnancy may play a role in the development of obesity. So the reason for that might be women who experience adverse pregnancy outcome may be prone to retaining weight postpartum. Adverse pregnancy outcome can trigger inflammatory responses in the body. Chronic inflammation has been linked to obesity and metabolic disorders. Inflammatory processes may persist beyond pregnancy, contributing to long-term health risks. Another possible reason might be emotional and psychological impact of adverse pregnancy outcomes such as stress and depression, which can influence eating behaviors as well as physical activity. Emotional factors may contribute to unhealthy lifestyle choices that promote weight gain. To conclude, cardiovascular disease is often in women compared to men, secondary to differences in presentation between the sexes, which can result in delayed implementation of prevention strategies in women. Primary prevention, if applied to high-risk population early enough to avoid cumulative damage of chronic disease, could reduce CVD incidence. In this context, a history of adverse pregnancy outcome could identify women who would benefit from more targeted primary prevention efforts, particularly more intensive lifestyle interventions. Further research is warranted to explore underlying mechanism connecting APOS to long-term CVD risk and to identify targeted strategies for prevention in at-risk populations. So this was a part of my PhD. So my supervisor was Professor K.N. Saraswati. I would like to thank Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, IES participants, that is Women of Mansa, Punjab. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shweta, for your lovely presentation. It was very detailed. The data is itself revealing a lot of information, but because of the paucity of time, we cannot discuss much now. So any questions, our participants, if you have any questions, otherwise we go to the next speaker. I think if we have question, if we have time, we can pick it up later. Yeah. So next is Shreya Mukherjee. She is a research scholar from Vidyasagar University, West Bengal. So I would like to request you to please stick to maximum 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, the title and major findings only. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very delighted to participate here. And so next 5 minutes, I'm going to discuss on the topic of obstetric morbidity among Santhals and Bengal Hindu women of Purulia, West Bengal, a comparative study. So seeing the topic, the first thing is came to our mind is what is obstetric health and obstetric morbidity. So obstetric health is a complete physical, mental and social well-being of a woman during her pregnancy and childbirth, and obstetric morbidity in women who has been pregnant resulting from any cause related to or aggravated by the pregnancy or its management, but not from accidental or incidental causes. So why this topic is so relevant? Because worldwide, over 500,000 women die each year, specifically from Asia and Africa. And the mortality rate due to obstetric morbidity is not negligible because it has direct impact on world population, and maternal health among tribal populations are also very challenging due to their geographical isolation, limited healthcare access, socio-demographic disadvantages. So worldwide, there are so many initiatives has been taken to ensure safe motherhood since 1987, and the very recent one is by United Nations, which is Sustainable Development Goal 3.1, which is aimed to reduce maternal mortality is less than 70 per 1 lakh live births by 2030. So in this particular topic, my objective was to compare obstetric morbidity between two groups, which is Santal and Bengali Hindu women. And I have selected 400 participants from each group, and they all were in wedlock and in their reproductive age during the time of field work. They all volunteered to participate, and at least one child. And my study area was the eastern part of West Bengal, that is Purulia. And why I have selected Purulia? Because according to 2011 census report, it has lowest population density. So I have collected all the information with the help of pre-tested question and focus group discussion method. In my study, so I found Bengali Hindus having higher educational attainment for both participants and participants' husbands. And in antepartum morbidity, symptoms like vomiting were common in both groups, but no any significant differences in other symptoms were observed. In intrapartum morbidity, there is significant difference in one case. Bengali Hindus reported much higher incidence of fever during postpartum period. Both the groups get themselves diagnosed during their antepartum period. Santal women consult slightly more often, particularly during the second month of their pregnancy. There was no special diet followed by Santal women. Both the groups relied upon institutional delivery, especially government hospital. And most participants had their first doctor checkup even after 5 months of their child's birth. So, significant maternal health disparities shown between two groups. Santal women face similar barriers in India as well as indigenous women globally. Those findings stress the need to strengthen government healthcare infrastructure, specifically tribal region. And this study urges further research and policy reforms to address healthcare disparities by improving access to obstetric care, nutritional support, and education for tribal population. I want to thank my PhD supervisor, Dr. Shobhanjan Sharkar sir, for his guidance. I want to thank my dissertation supervisor, Professor Shubho Roy, who helped me to pursue this topic, obstetric health. And I want to thank Amity University and Anthropological Society for accepting my paper. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you. Ma'am, I think I was in time.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for winding up on time. Next, we have Archana Yadav. Yeah, same request. Please complete it in 3 to 5 minutes. She is a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present on the topic maternal obesity in early pregnancy and miscarriage risk, a follow-up observational study in Delhi, India. So obesity is basically abnormal or excessive fat accumulation in the body of an individual that may impair health with a BMI of more than 25 kg per meter square. So this definition is basically given by South Asia Pacific classification. Obesity has emerged as a global epidemic and a significant public health concern, increasingly prevalent among women of reproductive age, and so does it among pregnant women. Talking about the prevalence of maternal obesity in first trimester, then the global rates of overweight and obesity prevalence have been increasing steadily, rising from 9.8% in 2006 to 13.2% in 2016, and are now reaching epidemic proportions worldwide, that is 43.8%. talking about the prevalence of India, the prevalence in India of overweight and obesity varies from 12% to 40% in pregnant women, with higher rates observed in urban areas, including Delhi NCR. So, genetic predisposition, sedentary lifestyle, unhealthy dietary habits, socioeconomic status, and environmental influences, these are the risk factors which further lead to maternal obesity, and these further lead to the consequences in pregnancy, such as gestational diabetes, preterm labor, dysfunctional labor, cesarean sections, postpartum infections, and deep vein thrombosis. In addition to these complications, one of the most concerning consequences of maternal obesity is its association with an increased risk of miscarriage. Miscarriage is basically a spontaneous loss of pregnancy before the 28th week of gestation, and it's a distressing and common complication which is affecting almost 10 to 20% of the pregnancies worldwide. In India, miscarriage rates are reported to be around 28.4%, which are higher than the global rates. Miscarriage has significant physical, emotional, and psychological impact on women and their families. Given the rising prevalence of both obesity and miscarriage, it is.
The results, please.
Yeah, sure. So, in the descriptive analysis of pregnancy outcome with respect to socio-demographic variables and BMI, the prevalence of miscarriage was found to be significantly higher in women with advanced age and those practicing consanguineous marriage. No association was found with BMI. However, increasing trend of miscarriage was observed in obese women. In the age adjusted models, it was found that women of advanced age and those in consanguineous marriage were found to have 1.8 fold and 1.5 fold increased risk of miscarriage, respectively, while overweight or obese pregnant women had a 1.4 fold higher likelihood of miscarriage compared to their normal weight counterparts. However, the result was not statistically significant. Findings suggest that women with advanced age are more susceptible to miscarriage due to factors such as likelihood of chromosomal abnormalities, diminished egg quality, hormonal changes, and decreased blood flow to the uterus, as well as age-related health conditions like diabetes and hypertension. In case of consanguineous marriage as a risk factor for miscarriage, higher chance of recessive genetic disorder and chromosomal abnormalities leading to impaired fetal development are found to be the reasons. Also, this genetic similarity raises the likelihood of pregnancy loss. In case of obesity, hormonal imbalance, insulin resistance, chronic inflammation are all found to disrupt pregnancy development. Uh, uh, in conclusion, raising awareness about timely marriage and conception and addressing obesity through lifestyle changes and proper healthcare interventions can help reduce the risk. Further research is needed for effective preventive strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Archana. If anyone has any question, you may note it down and keep it. If we have time, we'll try to take it up later towards the end. Next, we have Miss Priyosmita Das, research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Priyosmita Das. I will be presenting on the topic socio-demographic risk factors contributing to maternal anemia during first trimester of pregnancy, a hospital-based study. First, I would define what is anemia. It is a condition where the count and size of red blood cells or the concentration of hemoglobin drop below a defined threshold. That is, according to WHO, a pregnant woman who has hemoglobin below 11 is considered as anemic. Now, it has several causes. That is, anemia has three main causes: nutritional deficiencies, infectious diseases, and genetic disorders. The global prevalence, according to WHO, is 30% among non-pregnant and 37% among pregnant women. According to NFH's 5 report, 57.2% non-pregnant women have anemia, and 52.2% pregnant women have anemia. And anemia has several adverse effects. That is, poor pregnancy outcomes, preterm birth, stillbirth, increased susceptibility, low birth weight, loss of productivity, fatigue, and many more. The main concerning factor about this issue is, according to the data from India, the second most concerning factor is anemia, which causes maternal mortality. So, the present study aims to understand the effect of maternal socio-demographic risk factors on the severity of anemia as per ICMR classification during first trimester pregnancy. It is a cross-sectional study among the women attending ANC OPD of Lady Hardinge Medical College, Delhi. Socio-demographic variables were collected using pre-tested schedules, and hemoglobin was analyzed using ICMR classification. The statistical analysis was done using SPSS version 22. So in our result, it has been found that women who have primary education are at 2.2% increase, they have 2.2% increased risk of having mild anemia, while women who have no formal education are at 1.9-fold increased risk of having moderate to severe anemia. Further, in terms of occupation, it is found that homemakers, that is housewives, are protected against anemia. So basically, these results are in concordance with several other researchers that have suggested that formally educated women are more aware of pregnancy-associated factors and have a better understanding of nutrition than those who do not have access to education and are capable of lowering their risk of anemia by taking better care of themselves as well as individuals who are associated with them. In terms of occupation, yeah, so
can give the discussion part and come to conclusion.
yeah, okay. So basically, it is. This study has found that education in occupation plays a vital role in maintaining a woman's health during pregnancy, and in later time, it can also protect the newborn against various adverse health implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, other sessions, they're already done. They're about to start the next, so we really have to rush. So next speaker, presenters, we have Dipanshi. She is also a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. And I would like to request you to please take 3 minutes, your title, major findings, and your conclusion. Yeah.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here today. I would like to present upon the topic traditional maternal and child health practices with reference to Gujjar and Bakarwal tribes of Kashmir. We all know maternal and child health is an important facet of public health concerns, but why focusing upon traditional healthcare practices? Because these age-old traditional healthcare practices are important determinants of maternal and infant mortality, which makes it important to understand these practices. Due to their inherent nature, traditional healthcare practices have their own individuality and differ from region to region. And therefore, proper documentation is crucial not only for recording the dynamic trends in these practices, but also for preserving the body of knowledge. When it comes to methodology, this the paper was based upon a research project funded by Institute of Eminence, University of Delhi, and the data it's all qualitative data
collected through purpose of sampling amongst the 50 Bakarwal and 100 Gujjar households through semi-structured interview schedule. This is a map of Baramulla, which is a study area. The study was conducted in the Baramulla district of Kashmir. So the major results are, it was observed that the traditional healthcare practices of Gujjar and Bakarwal tribes showcase similarities. In both the communities, a dairy-based protein-rich diet consisting of ghee, milk, butter, egg, and meat is preferably given to the mother. And this diet is consistently provided during antenatal and postnatal care of the mother. No specific traditional neonatal care practices were recorded in either of the community, except for a ritual called tari, where a feast of tari, which is a dish made of milk, ghee, salt, and rice, is prepared and served to the neighbors when mother takes bath after 40 days of childbirth. This feast takes place in the ancestral graveyard in order to seek the blessings of the ancestral spirits for the health and the well-being of the newborn child. The roles of traditional healers, which are known as Hakim, and spiritual healers called Peer, are a distinct cultural importance among the Gujjar and Bakarwal households. The Peer are known to provide a taweez, which is an amulet consisting of Quranic verses, in order to cure the physical and mental illness. Hakim are known to treat patients by providing non-codified medicinal herbs for their illness, which are believed to work at the root cause of the health problems without any perceived side effects. So that's why the healers, they are notably held in high regard by the members of both the communities, as they're not only considered easy to approach with cost-effective services, but are also perceived to have the ability to cure any illness or any other health concern. Consequently, the ability of the traditional healers are to provide treatment is considered to be as effective as that of medical professional which are present in the district. The healthcare delivery provided by the A&M workers, Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers under the home-based newborn care and home-based care for young programs of Government of India, even though available, is not being utilized to the full extent, especially in consideration with childcare practices. Both communities carry a deep knowledge of the respective ethnomedicine comprising flora. So these are the traditional medicines which are utilized in households, specifically for maternal health care. You can see we have the vernacular names, the family names, what is the therapeutic use, and what are the these are for the Bakarwal households. So what are the conclusion recommendations? The incomplete accessibility and utilization of the healthcare programs again amongst the nomadic tribes of Kashmir. It highlights the importance of the traditional medicine in providing a more comprehensive maternal and child health care. It is recommended that multidisciplinary studies need to be conducted in order to evaluate the pharmaceutical efficacy and medicinal value of the traditional medicines. The indigenous knowledge of these traditional medicines need to be protected and promoted through their participation in the government-run Ayush program. In retrospect of the medical pluralistic culture, it is recommended that these practices which are deemed safe should be discouraged, and which are the good practices, which are deemed unsafe should be discouraged, and the good practices should be encouraged. Participation of the traditional spiritual healers can be sought by the government agencies in order to help spread awareness regarding the government health programs and promoting HBNC and HBYC healthcare practices. These are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dipanshi. Now we shall start with the online presentations. We have 7 online presenters. So same request to the online presenters as well. Just give us your topic, your major findings and conclusion in 5 minutes. This is a request. So first we have Dr. Maninder Kaur, Assistant Professor and former Chairperson, Department of Anthropology, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Over to you, Dr. Maninder.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my presentation clear?
Yes, yes.
Is it visible? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my presentation is Factors Associated with Menopause Symptomology Among Santhal Women Using Principal Component Analysis. Menopause is a significant physiological process marked by complete cessation of the reproductive ability of the women, resulting in wide range of discomforting characteristics which gradually affect women's quality of life. Health status of women during the menopausal transition is largely determined by the reproductive history, lifestyle pattern, and prevailing environmental conditions. Santhals are the 3rd largest tribal group of India and are vulnerable to malnutrition and health-related problems. Previous literature has documented a significant relationship between various socio-demographic or reproductive variables and menopausal experiences. However, such work on tribal population is rare. Thus, this cross-sectional study is an attempt to identify the factors associated with menopausal symptoms among the tribal women of West Bengal. For this purpose, 200 Santhal women ranging in age from 40 to 65 years were taken. An interview-based schedule was used to get information concerning their age at menarche, age at menopause, level of education, marital status, occupational status, diet, physical activity, number of children, or any history of abortion. Women who were having any chronic disease or physical deformity, or who have undergone surgical menopause or taking hormonal replacement therapy, they were not included in the study. So the menopausal symptoms, they were ascertained by using green climatic scale, and all the 21 symptoms, they were further divided into 4 domains, that is psychological, somatic, vasomotor, and sexual dysfunction. This table presents the descriptive statistics of various socio-demographic and reproductive variables among Santhal women of West Bengal. And in the current sample, significant differences were recorded in age at menarche, occupational status, and the menopausal symptoms. And this table presents the results of principal component analysis in different menopausal transitional stages of Santhal women. And the first 3 principal component scores for premenopausal, perimenopausal, and postmenopausal were selected based on their eigenvalue more than 1. And it is evident from the table 3 that the level of education and income were highly loaded variable in PC1 among premenopausal, perimenopausal, and postmenopausal women, thereby indicating lower level of awareness as well as affordability among Santhal women. It is also observed that parity and number of children were highly loaded components in PC2 of the premenopausal and postmenopausal categories, while age and reproductive... Pardon?
Can you please come to the conclusion?
Right. So the results of current study were consistent with the findings of the study which was carried out on the menopausal experiences of the Bengali-speaking women from West Bengal. They witnessed that among postmenopausal women, PC1 and PC3 were negatively associated with sexual and psychological domains respectively, whereas PC2 was observed to be positively associated with the sexual and quality of life of postmenopausal women. So we can conclude that the results of linear regression analysis depicted that in perimenopausal women, parity and number of children were recorded to have significant relationship with somatic and vasomotor symptomology, while the level of education as well as income, parity as well as number of children, that is PC1, they are recorded to have significant association with depression, vasomotor scores, respectively, among postmenopausal Santhal women. So this can be attributed to limited awareness about the diagnosis as well as management of the symptoms surrounding menopause among the Santhal women, thereby making them more vulnerable for the health-related challenges and challenges of menopause. Hence, the government and non-government organizations and healthcare providers should urgently address this neglected domain of public health challenge and impart menopause-specific awareness among women to raise the health status of the postmenopausal women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. Now we have the next presenter, Dr. Maitri Sharma. She is an assistant professor from Department of Anthropology, Dibrugarh University, Assam. Dr. Sharma, I think she is... Okay.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. The title of my paper is Unintended Pregnancy and Use of Modern Contraceptives among the Adiminiang women of Arunachal Pradesh. Here, I would like to say that Adiminiang is a tribal community within the greater framework of the Adis in Arunachal Pradesh. I have chosen the postpartum family planning because it has been found that in order to attain the sustainable development goal for universal health coverage in family planning, by 2020, Government of India envisioned the potential of postpartum family planning, and in Arunachal Pradesh, it has been found that only 49% of postpartum women are accepting the modern contraceptive methods. The objectives of my study are to estimate the level of exposure to the risk of an unintended pregnancy following the last childbirth, taking into account the protective contribution of amenorrhea, sexual abstinence, as well as use of contraception, to identify who are most at risk, to investigate the factors associated with use of a modern method of contraception in the postpartum period. This is a cross-sectional study which was conducted in 2021 among the Adiminian women inhabiting Pangin area of Siang district of Arunachal Pradesh. I have selected 207 postpartum mothers of the reproductive age group with at least one live birth in the last 2 years, and who had visited the PHC at least once for ANC. And they had at least one children who had born in the last 18 months. The postpartum period was subdivided into 3 segments: 0 to 5 months, 6 to 11 months, and 12 to 18 months. Postpartum pregnancy risk status was estimated by taking into account the variables such as resumption of sex, resumption of menses, use of a modern or traditional method, mainly withdrawal and periodic abstinence, whether the last child was intended. A woman was defined as not at risk if following conditions are fulfilled, particularly when sex was not resumed, use of a modern contraceptive method within this period, menses not resumed, and child was aged less than 6 months. The partially at-risk category included women who had resumed sex but remained in amenorrhea with a child aged 6 months or more, and those who were using a traditional method of contraception. The fully at-risk category comprised women who had resumed sex and menses and were not at all using any kind of modern contraception. So these are the socio-demographic variables which included current age of women, educational status, marital status, number of living children, occupational status, last birth intended or unintended, per capita monthly income according to BG Prasad classification, then place of last childbirth, then discussed on postpartum family planning with the healthcare provider and awareness on the postpartum family planning. The results suggested that most of the women are young because in Adiminian community, it has been found that almost 80% of the women had entered into marriage below 18 years of age. So in my study, I have found that most of the women are of aged less than 30 years, currently married, having two or more living children. They had less than 10 years of formal education because of entering into marriage early. They are mainly dropouts. They are engaged in cultivation and belong to middle and lower socioeconomic status. More than 3/4 of the mothers did not complete 4 ANC visit. Here I would like to highlight that it is found that 68.6% of the mothers had given birth in the healthcare facility, but only 41.5% of women are aware of postpartum family planning method. Less than 1/4 of all mothers had reported the use of postpartum family planning, mainly OCPs and PPIUCDs. Results of the study found that indicators of ANC visits have statistically significant association with the unmet need for family planning. Then it is very important that there is a lag between knowledge and the use of postpartum contraceptive method. The perception of side effects, mainly polluting breast milk, may be a reason for this problem, because the women had cited that administering the OCPs might pollute their breast milk, which might have adverse consequence to their body as well as to the growing baby. The previous studies have also elaborated the fact that currently married women who reported discussion on family planning with healthcare provider compared to those with no discussion, were more likely to use modern contraceptives for birth spacing. The study also reported that only 11% of female non-users talked to a health worker about family planning, and they never discussed the misconceptions. I am telling as misconceptions, but they have many myths related to the consumption of postpartum OCPs or any other method. So at last, I would like to conclude that here the role of ASHA or the healthcare provider is found to be very vital, because it has been found that the women who had consulted about postpartum family planning, they were found to accept those modern contraceptives than the women who never consulted. So I would like to here point out that engaging with women about contraception and other important issues of reproductive health is of paramount importance. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Now, we still have 5 presenters online, so I would like to request all the presenters to take around 3 minutes, so that actually we are running out of time, so sorry about that, but we need to wind up the session, so I would like to request all the presenters to please stick to 3 minutes, your major findings, title, major findings, and then your conclusion. Next, we have Dr. Rajesh Gururaj, Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, Pondicherry University. Dr. Rajesh. Three minutes, please.
Yeah, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, my presentation is visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Department of Anthropology, Amity University, and the head of the department and the Indian Anthropological Association to give me an opportunity to make my presentation. The title of my presentation is Gender, Nutrition, and Institutionalized Reproductive Healthcare in a Tribal Setting of South India. The focus of my study is the reproductive healthcare and nutrition as a gendered phenomena has been a major source of concern for both the academics and the common man alike. Medicalization is the
result. Yeah, Dr. Rajesh, can we come to the result?
Yeah, yeah. The results is like 1 minute, ma'am. I'll directly go to the results. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to tell that the woman's lifetime risk of dying in pregnancy or in childbirth is 1 in 150 in low-income countries, compared to 1 in 3800 in developed countries. In India, the lifetime risk of dying in childbirth risk rises to 1 in 70. Approximately 1.38 lakh women were dying every year on the account of complications relating to pregnancy and childbirth. The global MMR at that time was much lower than 385. This is owing to the fact that only around 50% of women avail skilled delivery care, and the rest of the 50% do not take assistance or do not have access to such skilled care, especially in the rural areas. As an outcome of this, the World Health Report given by WHO actually puts India in the 51 slow progressing countries with respect to infant, child, and maternal mortality. This state of affairs just denotes the tip of the iceberg, wherein the overall health scenario, either at the global level or within India. Then what this takes us is, the rationale is that most of the decisions which are taken, most of the policy decisions and the interventions which are done are based on the biomedical paradigm. The biomedical paradigm, unlike the traditional tribal medicine, both on format and content, is culturally and historically Western in its orientations, wherein the transmissibility and prevention takes precedence over helping the people from getting affected by diseases owing to innate body-mind dichotomy of the biomedical approach. Traditional medicine of the tribal people, on the other hand, configures illness and disease as a disruption of the continuum that exists between the somatic and the socio-ecological ends. Consistent with this paradigm, the practitioners of the biomedicine treat patients as cases, having conditions rather than as a humane and a complete individual, as it is done under the traditional medicine. Traditional medicine further recognizes the disease as a part of an enclosing social, cultural, and climatic fields simultaneously. Therefore, we can see that the biomedical approach is therefore found to be more narrow, target-driven, top-down, and wanting in user perspective. Thus, it is very much evident from the preceding discussion that we have definitely fallen short of taking into account certain critical aspects of the disadvantaged and the marginalized sections of the society, that is, tribal women and their reproductive health. It is only by giving special consideration to these areas of health research, by keeping in view both the above. Yeah, I'll do it, man. These are the major. These are few kind of. This was basically qualitative research, ethnographic research, wherein I had taken the concept of strength. How do people conceive the concept of strength at a more indigenous level? The concepts of strength among them, especially among the women, the reason, the why there is a loss of a strength, and why people produce a particular kind of a food, and why and how they consume a particular kind of a food, and these all things become so important during the process of childbirth and postpartum. The large scale mechanization of food production, along with the very process of food preparation at home, has led to the change in the nature of the work and the daily chores of the women. The women have started leading more sedentary life, especially among the tribal women, and the women have started leading more sedentary lifestyle, which people believe among the people will lead to more complications during the reproductive period. This stage can be turned by the liminal space, which creates a which produces a delicate imbalance in the lives of the rural women, making way for medicalization of the various reproductive healthcare processes. Thus, the agricultural food production and the food preparation at home, the family structure, the healthcare system itself are the domain under which modernity and traditional practices of reproductive health, especially in the tribal setting, interact to create new and unforeseen reproductive realities for the women in the tribal settings. The shift that can be seen in all the above three domains of people's lives has severely altered the reproductive health seeking behavior of especially the women, marked by a sudden disruption of the very notion of reproduction as seen from the emic perspective. The new reproductive technologies, the modern reproductive technologies introduced as a part of the medicalization, have shaped the very existing notions of gender, maternity, and reproduction. However, the critical question that still needs to be answered is whether the medicalization of healthcare systems has curtailed or enhanced the reproductive status of women in the rural and tribal areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Dr. Rashmi Kumari, a guest faculty at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. I would like to request you to please take maximum 3 minutes since we are running out of time. Please tell us your title and just your major findings only. Yeah, Dr. Rashmi.
Yes, ma'am. And my screen is visible?
Screen is not visible, but you can just tell us your findings, your topics and findings.
Okay.
All right.
Hello everyone, my name is Rashmi. My title of the topic is, present topic is critical analysis of menstrual health of adolescent girls in urban villages of Delhi. So the present study is based on the inquiry of adolescent health and her menstrual personal care in urban villages by examining how socio-economic and family factor and inter-family communication affect their health. And the research is critically analyze the condition of adolescent girls when they undergo menarche. So, for the study, I have interviewed total 250 adolescent girls. It was both qualitative and quantitative. Adolescent girls were purposely selected for the study because living in the urban villages make them vulnerable in terms of personal space, menstrual care, intra-family communication, and other difficulties during her age of puberty. If my slide is visible?
It is not visible.
Okay, maybe some issues here. So the another slide in the slide I have shown one figure when the nutrition value of the adolescent life. The figure clearly shows that the nutrition is the important factor in this age, and because adolescent is considered as a transition phase from the childhood to adulthood. So I have so another finding Another table which shows the age of menarche of adolescent girl. In this table, I have included the ages of first menstrual experience by adolescent girls. Also, the some kind of restriction she was observed during her first menstrual cycle. So, and majority of the adolescents have told me, as told the researcher, that they have not given get any got any information and got any prior consent about the menstrual cycle. So she was very much anxious. In the another table, I have shown the menstrual problem faced by adolescent girls. Here, I have described menstrual problem and listed down how many problems: menstrual consent, daily work, the minor problem, moderate problem, and serious problem. So, various types of menstrual problem have been examined, and total 66.7% of adolescent girls are there, and only few were told me about the percent of them have shared these problems with their family members. And so this is the significant observation, because they never shared these kind of mental related problems and their age of puberty problems to anyone in the family, because they were not aware about it. In another table, I have described about the distribution of respondent according to the awareness about menarche as well as the menstrual cycle. In this table, I have.
Can you please come to the conclusion?
Ma'am, this is important finding. Anyways, because of the time constraint. In the discussion part, I would like to say girls learn to speak less from childhood according to her surrounding. This observation I got it from the field. She hardly resists anything because she's not conditions to do so. Shy nature become because of her vulnerable health. If suddenly the sanitary pad in the house is over, the mother is not at home, she does not speak to the father, brother, and anyone else in the family. If she is more in trouble and the problem becomes worse, so and no one is around, she must manage with some clothes. Discrimination does not end here. It becomes worse when she realizes that her position comes second after her brothers. In urban villages, parents do not able to practice separate sleeping areas during the menstrual cycle, but they must follow some restriction during the menstrual cycle. Another findings I'd like to say, the most upper caste who live in the urban villages do not allow kitchen involvement during the menstrual cycle of their daughters, especially when some relatives are around. So, in my conclusion, I would like to say menstrual should be considered as a normal, natural occurrence in girl's body. Should not consider as now she is grown up and she has her own limitations and boundaries. Like we breathe, how we feel heat and cold, just like that, it is a normal human process to growing up. Though the reality is different, now women are doing everything she can achieve, whatever she wants to help with the help of education as a weapon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Mrs. Rebecca Rai, research scholar from Department of Anthropology, the Sikkim University. And I would like to request you to please take maximum 2 minutes. Just tell us your title and your major findings.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My topic for today's presentation is reproductive health consequences among Sherpa women of West Sikkim, Northeast India. And this is only a descriptive study. And according to World Health Organization,
please skip the introduction, come to your few major findings and conclusion, please.
Okay, my research shows the socioeconomic variables among Sherpa women of Sikkim. The sociodemographic profile of Sherpa women reveals important trends. Most marry young with 70.58% weight between ages 15 and 20, leading to a high marital status of 97.48%. Predominantly, nuclear families live in decent housing. as 68.91% reside in poor structures. However, educational attainment is low, with 78.1% lacking education beyond the 8th standard, and 85.72% are employed in farming or as housewives. Economic challenges are evident as 50.42% of family earn under rupees 10,000. And my second result shows the reproductive history and complications among Sherpa women of Sikkim. In reproductive health, 78.99% have 1 to 2 children, and 41.17% practice family planning, primarily using copper T. Induced abortions are rare, reported by only 1.68%, while 15.12% have experienced miscarriages, and 4.2 report stillbirth. Additionally, 22.68% face reproductive complications, highlighting the need for targeted support and interventions. Lastly, I would conclude by saying Sherpa women in Okre village face notable reproductive health challenges, including early marriage and low educational attainment. Many women report reproductive complications, highlighting gaps in health education and access to family planning services. Improving this factor is essential for enhancing maternal health outcomes in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rebecca. Now we have Ms. Yunus, a research scholar from University of Kashmir, Srinagar. So please take 2 minutes, your title and your major findings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so the title of my paper is Reproductive Health Among Tribal Women, an Empirical Study. Tribal women in India, especially in northern, central, and eastern regions, face significant challenges in accessing reproductive health care. According to the results of the census that was conducted in 2011, they constitute 8.6% of the total population of the country. This study focuses on reproductive health, knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors among tribal women in Kashmir and their socio-demographic influences. These are some of the findings of the study, which include: first is the definition of reproductive health, rights to informed reproductive practices, impact of socio-economic circumstances, reproductive health as a population indicator, central role of women in reproductive health, and women's socio-economic role in tribes, awareness and education, benefits of reproductive health and awareness, comprehensive reproductive health information, positive attitude towards reproductive health. The objectives of my study are to evaluate the reproductive knowledge, attitude, and practices of tribal women, then to analyze how age, education, marriage duration affect their understanding of reproductive health. And the methodology which has been used is cross-sectional study. 230 married tribal women from 3 districts in Kashmir were included. Snowball sampling of married women who were having a marriage of at least minimum 1 year. And questionnaire on reproductive health knowledge, attitudes, and practices was prepared for data collection. And data analysis was done through descriptive statistics and chi-square test using SPSS software. The findings of the study are awareness of sexually transmitted diseases, which includes low awareness among all ages. Educated women are more knowledgeable than illiterate women. Awareness increases with marriage duration. And then pregnancy and childbirth, widespread awareness. Most women across all ages, education levels, marriage lengths were knowledgeable about pregnancy and childbirth. Cultural knowledge transfer, pregnancy knowledge is likely passed down through generations. Attitudes towards contraception. It was found that among women of all age groups and education levels, negative attitude towards contraception was found, along with taboos. And reproductive health, hygiene, and medical advice. Poor hygiene, most women did not regularly practice reproductive hygiene except for the educated group. Lack of professional guidance, majority did not seek professional advice on reproductive health issues except for educated women. Menstrual knowledge, older versus young women. Women older than 25 years had more knowledge about menstruation than younger women. Impact of education. Women with higher education had greater awareness of menstruation practices. Socio-demographic impact. Education as a key factor. Higher education improves awareness, attitudes, and reproductive health practices. Age and marriage duration. Older women and those married longer had better knowledge of reproductive health, but taboos and lack of contraceptive use persists among all age groups. Discussion. This study reveals significant gaps in the reproductive health knowledge, attitudes, and practices.
Yeah,
Yes, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're audible.
The discussion, a one line or two to say in conclusion, you may.
Sorry, what you saying?
You may skip the discussion.
Okay, fine. I'll come to the implications of the study. First is need for education and awareness. Health programs must focus on raising awareness about reproductive health, particularly for less educated tribal women. Cultural sensitivity programs should be developed in line with tribal customs to ensure better health customs. And then training healthcare workers, medical staff in tribal areas should be trained to address these communities' specific needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last presenter, Ms. Anvesha. She's a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, AISS, MIT University.
नहीं कहा इनने कहा ना 3 मिनट इनको लेट हो गया था
Anvesha, okay, 2 minutes. Please tell us your major findings.
चलो करो exit हाँ यार हाँ
The rest can please.
कितना वक्त लगेगा
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so today I'll be presenting on patterns of complementary feedings amongst communities residing in urban Delhi and NCR. So, complementary feeding, as defined by World Health Organization, is the process of introducing other foods and liquids alongside breast milk when it no longer meets an infant's nutritional needs. The aim of my research is to assess the knowledge, attitudes, and practices related to complementary feeding amongst the mothers of children aged 6 to 23 months in Delhi and NCR, mainly focusing on the frequency and prevalence of correct practices. The study utilized a cross-sectional design conducted at GTB Hospital in Dilshad Garden, Delhi, and Raipur Village, Sector 126, Noida, interviewing the mothers of children aged 6 to 24 months old. A structured schedule and a 24-hour recall method was used as tool to interview the mothers. The key indicators are as follows: children ever breastfed, early initiation of breast feeding, continued breastfeeding, milk feeding frequency for non-breastfed children, introduction of complementary food, minimum dietary diversity, minimum meal frequency, minimal acceptable diet, bottle feeding, ways of cleaning the utensils. Results: the data highlights key aspects of infant feeding practices. Notably, amongst the 91 respondents, 48.3% of infants received breast milk within the crucial first hour after birth, while a commendable 94.5% of children were breastfed. However, the continued breastfeeding rate at the time of the interview stood at 73%, indicating a drop-off in breastfeeding practices over time. Among non-breastfed children, only 19.7% received milk from alternative sources such as formula or other animal milk. In terms of hygiene, 84.6% of caregivers reported boiling or sterilizing utensils, reflecting good practices in sanitation. When it comes to introduction of complementary foods, 59.3% of children had started receiving solid, semi-solid, or soft foods by the recommended age of 6 months. However, only 47.3% of children met the criteria for minimum dietary diversity. 67.8% of children aged 6 to 8 months received meals 2 to 3 times a day, while those aged 9 to 24 months received meals 4 or more times daily. and only 36.3% of children achieved a minimum diet acceptable diet which combines both adequate meal frequency and dietary diversity. Overall, while there are positive practices observed in breastfeeding initiation and hygiene, significant gaps remain in continued breastfeeding dietary diversities and minimum acceptable diet standards, suggesting areas for improvement in infant feeding practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we have come to the end of the presentations. So I would like to thank each and every one of you, all the presenters and audience, for your patient listening, and apologies to all the presenters, since we have a huge number of presenters in all the sessions, we are not able to give enough time. So sorry about that. But then I believe we all have a good learning in this short time of presentation. Thank you all.
I would like to congratulate all the speakers for such a wonderful session. I would like to request Professor Rumi Deb to felicitate Dr. Suman Chakrabarti. I would request Professor Subir Biswas to felicitate Professor Rumi Deb and Dr. N.K. Mungrafi. Since we are running short of time, we'll start the parallel session 9, Envisioning Viksit Bharat 2047, Promoting Urban Equity and Building Sustainable Cities. The session coordinator is Dr. Tarun Joshi.
Okay. Running with one you double one them. N. Oh, okay. Ah, please. Oh, please. Yeah. Sorry.
So I'm very, very sorry that we are starting this session a bit late. So this is the 9th panel session, which is having the title Envisioning Viksit Bharat 2047, Promoting Urban Equity and Building Sustainable Cities. So I would like to invite our chair for this session, Dr. Subir Biswas. Professor Subir Biswas is professor at Department of Anthropology, West Bengal State University in Kolkata. He's a seasoned academician with 16 years of teaching experience in the field of anthropology. Professor Biswas has made significant contribution in the field of anthropology in the study of anthropological demography and health as well as bioethics. His research focuses on the intersections of population studies, health dynamics and ethical considerations with the anthropological context. Professor Biswas is committed to advancing the field through both teaching and research, enriching his students' learning experience and his expertise and through extensive academic background. Our co-chair of the session is Dr. Tanni Chakravarti, who is a faculty in the Department of Anthropology, Amity University. She completed her PhD in anthropology from Utkal University. Her research area revolves around archaeology of children and childhood in India, bioarchaeology, skeletal pathology, ethnoarchaeology, and rock art research. She received Junior Research Fellowship from ANSI, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Doctoral Research Scholarship for her academic excellence. Before joining Amity University, she has worked as an assistant professor in Kaling Institute of Social Sciences, Bhubaneswar. So I request chair and co-chair to please initiate the deliberations.
Thank you. We are running late, so without wasting any time, may I request first invited speaker of this session, Dr. Vidisha Banerjee, to come over to us. Please, ma'am. Dr. Banerjee is an associate professor and deputy director of Amity Institute of Public Policy, Amity University. She holds a PhD in Public Policy and Public Administration from the George Washington University. Her areas of expertise include policy analysis, design and advocacy, as well as sustainability, research methods, urban service delivery, economic history, urban geography, megacities, urban commons, and program evaluation. Dr. Vidisha has an extensive global experience working across various sectors. So, ma'am, you can understand our time limitation. I think it's 15 minutes, but if it is...
I'll make it 5.
Huh?
I'll make it 5.
No. Please, now it's yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's audible. Okay, so for the paucity of time, I won't even go with my prepared text, but speak what came to my mind as I was listening to the presentations before mine. So, Dr. Manmohan Singh, our former Prime Minister, had said that urbanization is an inevitable outcome of growth and modernization. So we fear urbanization in a city like Delhi. I come from the city of Delhi, but I have also lived in other cities. And let me tell you one thing, no one fears their city and its growth as much as Delhiites. It's remarkable that, we want our city to thrive. We wanted to give jobs. We wanted to have the best healthcare system in the world. We wanted to have the best universities in the world. Yet we don't want it to grow. So here is the contradiction of this whole topic of sustainable cities, because can cities which grow be really sustainable? Can cities which grow in developing countries be really equitable? And can cities that grow in developing countries be really resilient? Resilience is something that we can aim for. Equity, the way India stands today, with 49% of Delhiites living in informal settlements, seem like a very far-fetched dream. If we are practical, I don't think we can achieve this in the next 5 years. So it goes into a planning mode then. Equity we want, but doesn't look like it's going to come anytime near soon. If we want more jobs, we want more manufacturing. We want more MNCs to come who will cut down the forests, not just in Noida, not just in Greater Noida, or Gurugram, or Ghaziabad, or Faridabad, but beyond. We have now reached Manesar, we have now reached Kundli Sonipat. So how do we want to go about the sustainable cities? I think these two words don't match. You know, there is so much conflict with these two words, and I think that should be the evocative feeling when we talk about how human beings can cope up with their built environment and how the built environment copes up with human aspirations. I'll stop here. Thank you. Take your time.
Thanks. I think he's online.
I would like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Subhash Chandra Yadav, IFS Additional Chief Executive Officer of Urban Environment Division, Gurugram Metropolitan Development Authority of India. Authority Haryana. Mr. Subhash Chandra Yadav is an officer of Indian Forest Service with the rank of Conservator of Forest. He serves as the Additional Chief Executive Officer of the Gurugram Metropolitan Development Authority and heads the Urban Development Division of the Faridabad Metropolitan Development Authority. Additionally, he holds the position of Deputy Conservator of Forest at the Haryana Forestry Training Institute, Sohan. With over 30 years of extensive experience in agriculture, forestry, and urban environmental management, Shri Yadav has made significant contribution to the field. He holds a master's degree in agriculture and forestry and presently pursuing his PhD on the topic of urban green spaces in Gurugram. Over the course of his distinguished career, Shri Yadav has authored several research papers, articles, and policy papers. He has also written to forestry working plans demonstrating his deep expertise to sustainable forestry and environmental governance. Sir, I welcome you, and please, the dais is yours. Sir, my bad, my apology for that. Since we're running out of time, so would like to request you to
I will take less time.
Within 10 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, respected chair and co-chair, dear participants. Whether my screen is visible? Excuse me, whether the screen is visible?
Visible, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And my presentation is on green and blue infrastructure in Gurgaon, what we are doing in Gurgaon for development and restoration of these blue and green infrastructure and how they are important in view of the changing climate due to we are facing a lot of environmental challenges in Gurugram and other cities also. The environment challenges which we will be facing due to climate change will be heat effect, urban flooding, air pollution, and we know all about that. And green and blue infrastructure play important role in mitigation of environmental challenges to be faced in urban areas. And for the knowledge of the participants that they might be knowing about the green infrastructure, the green spaces like parks, green belts, biodiversity park, botanical garden, urban forest, these are covered under green infrastructure, and they play various multiple services like biodiversity conservation, controlling pollution of air and noise, water recharge, recreation, regulate temperature, is extra. As per WHO guidelines, there should be 9 square meter per person green or open space in urban areas. And with Gurgaon, with a population of 30 lakhs and offices of more than 400 MNCs, we are crossing this 9 square meter per person green cover, but that is not concentrated within the city. It is outside the city also. The Arauli part, which is adjoining the city, is if we include that, then we are meeting this requirement. And in Gurugram, we have around 1275 parks of various sizes spread across the city, and the city authorities are maintaining these with the public participation involving the RWAs and NGOs. And along the roads, we have green belts of around 600 kilometers. We have developed Arauli Biodiversity Park in an area of 350 acres, and Arauli Urban Forest in an area of 300 acres. And we have also carried out one study on urban green spaces of Gurugram, how people are thinking about the green spaces, how they are using this. Then 27% think that they are visiting these green spaces for health benefit, exercise, yoga, gym. And 20% they are thinking that they come to green spaces for recreation, play, or meeting friends. And 17% enjoy greenery like that. This is the study we carried out during my PhD program. The 3 big parks were studied during the study. And blue infrastructure is the ponds, jords, water bodies, drain, lakes like that. The water content, the infrastructure are covered under blue infrastructure, and these also play important role in controlling the urban flooding and water recharge zones and aquatic biodiversity. And in Gurugram municipal limit, there are 75 ponds, and as per revenue reports, we have the municipal corporation and the Gurugram Metropolitan Development Authority jointly have restored and these 75 water bodies in Gurugram, and some of the drains or nalas which were converted into dumping grounds of waste, they have been converted into small lakes. And the major challenge is urban and in urban areas for these blue and green infrastructure are in most of the cities will be encroachments. There are encroachments on green belts, on water bodies like that. The waste dumping, whether it is C&D waste, solid waste, or plastic waste, there is a problem of regular upkeep and maintenance, and stray cattle, they are sitting in the green belts or the urban areas of the parks like that, and a lot of vendors, hawkers, nurseries, wine shops have opened in the green spaces, and they have encroached upon in Gurgaon, and we are facing lot of challenging in this removing these kind of hurdles. And sustainable management models, what we are doing, we are removing all kind of encroachments from the green and blue spaces, and carrying out fencing and plantation in green areas, and connecting the treated water lines to these green and blue spaces, so that there is a sustainable development of greenery and water bodies. And we are also involving RWAs, NGOs, CSR partners in development and maintenance of these spaces, and organization of various awareness camps like that. Regular monitoring is also being carried out, and legal protection has been provided to this blue and green infrastructure by various court orders like Honorable NGT and Supreme Court. They have mentioned in various orders that there should be no these green and blue spaces must be protected, and there should not be utilized for commercial purposes. Their legal protection is always there, and these species have been protected in master plan of the cities in in Haryana and also in other NCR cities. And success we have developed a 5.6 kilometer green corridor over a drain, and we developed a biodiversity park which is now managed by the Hero Motors, and we have connected the city parks with treated water lines and also to water bodies. we have developed the Sikandarpur water, and these are the projects have been developed in association with NGOs or CSR partners like that. This, for example, Leisure Valley Park is maintained by Hyundai, and a lot of parks are maintained by RWAJ and NGOs, and municipal corporation is paying the amount for maintenance to these RWAJ and NGOs. These are some of the examples. In Sikandarpur water body, a walking trail has been developed. Sitting places have developed. Water body has been was sent to this west dumping site, and now these sites are being used by public for various purposes. Similar is the case of Badshapur corridor. This is the 5.6 kilometer corridor have been developed with 136 native species, and 35,000 saplings were planted, and now thousands of people are using this place. Otherwise it was a dumping ground. You can see on the right side of the what the difference between the before and Karpurban. This is another corridor of 5 kilometers within the city, and these green spaces have been developed, and these have been connected to parks, so that people, if they are coming for walk for 5 kilometers, then they come to the park, and then they can go to their house or like that. And this is the example of treated wastewater. We have developed a mechanism. We have developed in the maintenance for water bodies, and for future are likely to be aggregated in VOTs or government authorities. We have to look after utilization, management and conservation of natural resources in collaboration. GMDA is Municipal Corporation Gurugram, Municipal Corporation Manesar, and district administration. Other municipal corporation, then they throw ball to each other, and they don't enforce the activity, and due to which these kind of hurdles come. And involvement of public is most important, and RWA's CSR partners in natural resource management, organization of awareness workshops for various goals for behavioral change is most important, and for adoption of eco-friendly lifestyle in urban areas. And because in Gurgaon we have more than 400 multinational companies, and there are a lot of CSR funds available, and we are exploring this fund for management of environment conservation or the management of blue and green spaces in Gurugram. And there is a need to conduct various studies on various environmental issues in urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now, may I request you, the first paper presenter in person, Miss Renu Bala. Is there? Oh. So, Acha. You are research clerk from this department. Okay. Please. You know, Renu, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. So today I will be presenting on
I will be presenting on divine design, the symbolism and the significance of Hindu temple architecture. Temples have played a vital role in Indian society since ancient times till today. They Okay. They are not just place of worship, but also center of learning, arts, culture, and spiritual energy. So ancient temples were carefully. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. So my research objective is the paper aims to analyze the symbolic meaning and philosophical significance of various elements such as Garbhagriha, Mandap, Shikhara, Gopuram, and water bodies, and how these elements contribute to creating a sacred space for devotees overall. This is science behind Indian temples. And the conclusion, Siddha. This is a basic form of Hindu temple. This is the uppermost part of known as the Kalsha, the second part Amlaka, and the third part, which is tower type figure, is known as Shikhara, and the other important part is Mahamandapa and Mandapa, and the final important part of temple architecture is Adhisthana, or we known as Jagati. Classification of Indian temples. The Indian temples can be classified into two broad orders on the basis of geography. One is Nagra in northern India and the Dravida in South India. Nagra style temple architecture. This is a picture of Nagra style temple architecture. So as we have seen in previous slide, the uppermost part is Kalsha and the other part, important part is Amlaka and Shikhra and Mahamandap, Mandap and other Mandapa. This is the another type of Shikra type of temple which is associated with the Nagra temple architectures. First one is Latina Prasad, the second one is Famzana type Shikra, and the third type is Vallava type Shikra. It is the Dravida or South Indian temple architecture. The only difference, the South Indian temple architecture consists gopuram and water bodies inside the vicinity of temple architecture. This is the example of South Indian temple architecture. As we can see that the first very starting part of the temple is Gopuram and the main part is Sanctum Sanctorum. The Vasra or the Deccan temple architecture. This temple architecture is also known as the Hoysala temple architecture, and this is the mix of Nagra and Vasra. Result. The paper examines the symbolic and philosophical meaning of key elements in Hindu temple architecture such as the Garbhagriha, Mandapa, Shikhara, Gopuram and water bodies. Exploring how they created a sacred space for worshippers, it aims to offer a deeper understanding of these architectural elements, their role in Hinduism, Indian culture and their influence on the other religious architectural styles. Conclusion. After the 10th century AD, temples become major political, social, and economic centers. They generated significant income through various means and reinvested it into service for the community, creating a continuous economic cycle. Temples played a central role in the region's economy, providing livelihoods for many, all of which was made possible through royal patronage. Thank you.
Thank you. For within time or exactly before time. Now the second one, Miss Yashita Gupta from Indian Sociological Society. Yashita, 5 minutes.
I have sent my presentation on email.
You can start.
Okay. Right. No, Yashita. I had sent it in the morning. Yes. So my my paper topic, it is a working paper and the topic is Yashita Gupta, sir. I had sent a PPT. No. I have sent it from official Yashita Gupta. No, sir, I can't find it. No. What email is this?
It's not there.
I have it in my laptop. That does work.
What you can do, you can just.
Yes, I can just present probably. Doesn't.
Let's call someone else. Let's call someone else. She can do it afterwards.
Yeah,
You're not able to find a PPT.
You can go ahead with the online.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Tirtharaj Hoi, are you there in online?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just I'm.
So you have 4 minutes, please, for online speakers.
Okay, sir. No problem. Okay, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes. Very well.
Yeah. So I'm sharing my that PPT, sir. Sir, my topic is indigenous water management system in Jammu region, past and present discourse. So this paper is a part of my ICSSR project, major project sponsored by the ICSSR New Delhi. So the objective of my paper is, sir, to understand the indigenous technique of water management system in Jammu region. So the region is consist of the 10 districts of Jammu region. My methods is what I have adopted. The methods is the first is a field survey to identify the water management system in all districts of region. Then I have participant observation. Then I have reviewed the existing literature. Like we have the two ancient literature like Arthashastra of Kautilya and Raj Tarangini of Kalhana. Apart from this, I have surveyed of the geographical landscape. Since I belong to the archaeological background, so I have that. Then I also applied the technique of ethnoarchaeology, ethnoarchaeological approach to understand the management system, the water management system. So if you see, sir, even in the Rastarangini, there is a reference of Aragatta. Aragatta means the plow in the ancient period. And if you see, there was a king called Avanti Burman. Avanti Burman appointed a minister to take care of the irrigation system of the Jammu region, sir. And if you see, sir, there are a large number of archaeological evidences in the Jammu region that in that archaeological evidences we can highlight the indigenous water management system for the sustainable development. In the first slide, sir, I have shown you in the first slide, this is the ancient technique. Even in the temple region, we have in front of the temple we have one type of well or the pond. In the second picture, I have explored this. This is called the bauli. And the third one also the management system, how the indigenous management system, and the next one also is the preservation of the water. If you see the next slide, sir, in the medieval period, or we can say the Dogra period, the Dogra ruler also they constructed large number of this type of bauli and the chashmis for the preservation of water in this Jammu region. And this is not only it is the continuous process. Even today also, if you see the next slide in the present day, these are the now the tribals. There are Gujjar and Bakharwal and the Gaddis tribe. They still continue the knowledge and technique of the ancient the water management system. And mostly, if you see in the Jammu and Kashmir region, mostly the since 6 months it was the mountains are covered with the snow. So the next slide, if you see, sir, I have given the reason for the contamination of scarcity of water in this region. Mostly in this region, if you see in the Viksit Bharat program of the present government, they started the railway line from Kanyakumari to Srinagar. So from the Jammu to Srinagar, the construction of the railway, we have large number of deforestation. So from this deforestation, what we have done, most of the archaeological sites now now what we can say, it is destroying or whatever we can say. So then we lost large number of archaeological sites, and for the losing of this archaeological site, we lost their knowledge, the construction of the baulis and chashmis and their knowledge. And the last slide we have, sir, what need to done for the preservation of the water in this region? Since this region, if you see the landscapes of the Jammu and Kashmir, these regions are either hilly area or the what we can say the slope area, and 6 months are covered for the the snowfall. So we need to do for the afforestation. And the people awareness, we need the people awareness for preserving the ancient indigenous technique to continue for the sustainable development. Another is the, sir, if you see the less urbanization, we have to do the less urbanization at least in this area, because there is a scarcity of water in particularly in the Jammu region. And now the assembly election is going on, but the people demand, the most important agenda for the demand is the water management system. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. This is the part of my ICSSR project. This is still going on. Thank you, sir.
Next speaker, Dr. Pavitra Kumar Bagh. Dr. Bagh, are you there in online? Dr. Bagh? No. Dr. Monimugdha Bhuiya? Yes, Monimugdha.
Yes. Monimugdha Bhuiya here.
Monimugdha Bhuiya, please.
Yes, sir. I'm presenting my paper. Is it visible?
4 minutes. You know that.
Okay. Okay. Good evening. I'm going to present my paper on urban equity and sustainable development in Dibrugarh city, an anthropological perspective on envisioning Viksit Bharat 2047. Viksit Bharat 2047 is a government of India's initiative to elevate India to a developed nation by the 100 years of its independence. It aims to promote inclusive growth by ensuring that all citizens have access to essential needs and opportunities for progress. Urban equity ensures that all the residents have fair access to resources and opportunities, reducing disparities and fostering social inclusion. On the other hand, sustainable development focuses on fulfilling the needs of the present without compromising the future generations. Together, these components can contribute to the overall goal of transforming cities into equitable, sustainable urban centers that can realize the vision of Viksit Bharat. The objectives of the present study is to examine the current state of urban equity in Dibrugarh city, to investigate existing sustainable development programs in the Dibrugarh city, and to offer recommendations for providing and improving urban equity and sustainability in Dibrugarh city, aligned with the broader goals of Viksit Bharat. Dibrugarh is the easternmost city of Assam, renowned as the tea city of India. The city is a key economic hub in Northeast India that thrives on the industries such as oil and natural gas, tea production, tourism, power generation, fertilizer, cottage industry, etc. It is also a significant center of education, research, and healthcare. In 2022, a master plan was released outlining a vision for the city's growth by 2045. It plans to extend the present urban area of the city from existing 71.83 square kilometer to 391 square kilometer. There are many urban problems in the city. However, at present, some development initiatives are being implemented to minimize these problems. Incorporating anthropological knowledge into urban development and policy making can significantly enhance the relevance and effectiveness of these studies. The city's swift economic growth, driven by industries and expanding urban areas, has led to disparities in access to resources and services, encountering significant challenges to urban equity. The problem of urban equity in Dibrugarh is characterized by several key issues such as unequal access to basic services, as there is no drinking water supply to the houses. It does not have any integrated plan, sewerage management plan. The city lacks proper transportation system as there is no city bus service. It also lacks proper illumination of the streets. Noticeable infrastructure disparities are also found, while some pockets of the city have modern amenities and well-maintained roads, while other parts of the city has inadequate infrastructure. Outdated drainage system is leading to frequent waterlogging and flooding. Recently, in 2024, major portion of the Dibrugarh city was submerged in artificial flood due to clogging of drains. Inadequate housing is another significant problem in the city. Many slums are growing, particularly in the bank of the river Brahmaputra within the city. Again, improper waste management is another problem of the city. The daily waste generated in Dibrugarh is more than 80 metric tons. Waste collection frequency is very irregular and inadequate, and they are not properly segregated at source. The industrial activities in and around Dibrugarh is also creating pollution, including emission of harmful pollutants into the air and discharge it into the water of the local bodies. At present, there are many development programs ongoing in Dibrugarh city. Dibrugarh Municipal Corporation, Dibrugarh Development Authority, and Dibrugarh District Administration monitors the development programs in the city. Among these development programs, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban is a flagship initiative by the Government of India, which is providing houses up to 30 square meters carpet area with basic civics infrastructure. Again, the Assam Urban Infrastructure Investment Program is a key urban infrastructure initiative of the Government of India that is funded by the Asian Development Bank. In Dibrugarh, under this program, work has been carried out to improve the drainage system of the city. Demolition of existing narrow drains with culverts is being replaced with new wide drains and culverts. In 2021, a solid waste management project has been completed with the funding from the Asian Development Bank. These facilities can process 100 metric tons of waste daily and convert it into compost.
Dr. Huyen,
yes.
Conclude.
Yes, yes. Another program is this central government's Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation (AMRUT), which is being implemented for providing clean drinking water to the houses. In this way, many development programs are being initiated in Dibrugarh city. This development initiative offers significant benefits to the residents, but it is essential to ensure that these initiatives are culturally sensitive and socially inclusive. In the execution of various development schemes, anthropological knowledge can be utilized to promote participatory approaches that engage community members in both planning and implementation. The journey towards Viksit Bharat with sustainable development in Dibrugarh city is complex and aim to blend urban equity, environmental stewardship, and community involvement. This comprehensive approach not only improves the overall quality of life, but also establishes a sustainable foundation for the future growth of the city. Thank you.
Now, it's Tanushree Datta.
Yes, sir.
Scholar, North Bengal University. Please, 4 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. So, is my slide clearly visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today I am presenting on the topic of water flow and urbanic dynamicity. And I'd like to begin my slides with a simple question. Just what happens when a city's growth outspaces its water system? Having 71% of Earth covered with water, it ought to be one of the easily accessible substances for the entire world population. But the World Resource Institute report shows list of 17 countries across the world that are currently suffering with water issues, in which India is also enlisted with 13th rank. The causes that collectively lead to a state are mainly when supply fails to meet the demand or when the quality deteriorates. One common factor works behind both of these is water flow disruption. To comprehend it easily, few terms requires clear explanation, which are water flow, urbanization, and urbanic dynamicity. So the water flow refers to the movement of water across different water bodies from surface to groundwater, and including river, lakes, urban drainage, how water passes from one to another water bodies, inclusively called as water flow. And urbanization is the process of transformation, as we all know, from a rural area to an urban one. And the mainly urbanic dynamicity refers to the changing and evolving nature of urban environment, highlighting how cities adapt and respond to various social, economic, and environmental factors over time. Now, there are multiple reasons for the conduction of this study, initially with an aim to understand how Siliguri's rapid transformation associatedly impacts its water flow system. Secondly, to look into the factors that work as a background cause for Siliguri's change. And thirdly, whether this transformation have any influence on environmental balance. To fulfill the intended goal, mainly, purposive sampling techniques were employed to collect specific data from the selected respondents, and additionally, snowball sampling were also employed when respondents were suggested by some another informant during the field. And by data collection method, apart from secondary data, case study and interview techniques were employed. Now coming to the study area where the study was conducted is Siliguri, which is the second most important city of North Bengal and unofficially known as the heart of North Bengal. It is situated at the foothills of Eastern Himalaya. The city is covering an area of 41.9 square kilometer located in the narrow corridor connecting northeast with the rest of the India. Basically, it is a metropolitan city having both rural and urban area, but the current study is conducted only in the urban sector, which is governed by the Siliguri Municipal Corporation. The city has 4 rivers as a natural source of water, but still experienced water issues. How urbanic change is connected with the water issues is what coming as next. Not a story of too long ago, the city has experienced severe drinking water crisis, and it was on the time of heated season in summer. News report says that due to repairing work on the drinking water supply plant, the administration has decided to rely on the city's own rivers for water supply, but it was so much unfit for consumption that the scarcity occurs. It is to be noted that the city depends on the outsources as Tista River, which is actually in Jalpaiguri town, and a canal has been made to bring Tista River's water, which after treatment is distributed for drinking. And due to fluctuation in BOD level, they have declared the Mahananda River as polluted and unfit for consumption. Now the question arises that what causes the pollution? And the inclusive answer is population growth. Initially, the city was a no man's land, which got an identity as a transportation hub due to the tea plantation in Darjeeling. Later on, in 1881, its significance enhanced with the construction of Darjeeling Himalayan Railway. And after 20...
Tuesday, I think it's over. Please conclude within few seconds.
Okay, sir. So these are the pictures of the city's condition related to water and how urban drainage are contributing to the city's water pollution. The main thing is excessive population growth leading to the excessive amount of waste generation, which are ultimately through the drainage system getting into the rivers, and the rivers water are getting impacted by it, and the pollution through the rivers are seeping into the groundwater as well. In case of groundwater, the polluted river seeps into the ground. It also decreases access to clean water sources for drinking, leading to shortage of water. If someone is using this polluted water, he or she might be encountered with multiple diseases, as microbial agents are also found to be there in case of Shiliguri's river. Excessive amount of nutrient pollution, such as nitrogen and phosphorus, stimulates algal growth, which in turn causes the depletion in the dissolved oxygen.
You have to stop now.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
sorry for all those things.
No. Okay, sir.
Oishwarya Babasao Patil.
Yes, sir.
Please, 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm aware. So, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes. Shall I begin? Yeah. So, my topic is about. Okay, wait. Okay. Just 1 second, sir. Yes. So, so this topic is all about the examination of consumption practices to assess if the cities are equipped to achieve the goal which we are talking about, and the panel which I have joined today. So my name is Aishwarya Patil and I am research assistant. I have recently joined as a research assistant on ICSSR project. So to begin with, I'll not introduce and I'll quickly go to what I want to express here. The significance of the study is we are trying to incorporate sustainability and day-to-day life, but today there are many hurdles from the behavioral aspect, and that I want to explore in this study. So aim is, of course, is about investigating the consumption pattern and how they are affecting the Pune city. And these are the literature reviews. I have chosen Pune because Pune is the IT and educational hub, and currently you can see the Pune tops in the pollution index and the traffic jams which we are seeing today. And the sampling is done by purposive sampling. The tool for the data collections were different. I have collected from primary and secondary data. Primary was 30 in-depth interviews, and for the secondary I have used multiple literature resources. Ethical consideration, everyone was given a consent form, and data analysis was done by thematic analysis. And limitation, as you can see, I have done only 13 in-depth interview, so the number is very low, and for such a consideration the number should be actually high. So profile, as you can see, there were 11 native Punekars, 15 so most of them were living, again the rest of them were living 15 years or more years in the Pune city. So the participant had a various opinions about this. So Pune is thoroughly facing issues of water pollution, waste disposal, and there are many problems which are going on, like people are throwing garbage like confetti. These are not my opinions but my respondents. So the most frequently mentioned concerns are here, and these are the concerns which are faced by most of the cities nowadays. So motivation for adopting sustainable lifestyle is this. When this question was explored, you can see here most of them had faced some environmental hazard at some point of their life, and that's why they had decided to adopt a sustainable lifestyle. But when I say that they had adopted the sustainable lifestyle, so there were a number of reasons. So personal responsibility they had felt, or the future generation, saving the environment for the future generation, or the awareness for the climate change, desire for the healthier lifestyle. These were some of them. And as you can see, the barriers of changes again explored by them, because many of them were drinking groundwater, groundwater, consuming groundwater, and the problems they had faced because of the pollution, and again the health. Whatever the health problems they had faced after that. And as you can see, the number of reasons were lack of knowledge, poverty, unemployment, lack of time, attitude, financial constraint are the basic reasons for not adopting to it. So impulsive and unnecessary shopping, this particular point I had explored. So nine were the least, they were not buying at all. 13 were they had some inclination, but as you can see, impulsive buying was seen least in the people. As you can see, convenience oriented, consumers driven. So when they had to adopt a sustainable lifestyle, 19 were very convenience oriented. If they are convenient, they had adopted to the lifestyle. Environmentally conscious were 7, and mixed were like almost 4. And as you can see, affordable, when they had to go for some environment sustainable product, so in that particular point, affordability of product was a concern of 8, accessibility was of 11, quality and convenience was of 8, and environmental impact was the focus of only 3. So now as you can see, impact of individual action on the environment, individual action can make difference, was the attitude of only 20, and individual action matter but have limited effect was of 8, and not sure was 2. So as you can see, this is the, again, I have given the overall review, as you can go through it, where recycling, composing, and all the aspects were evaluated. And as I conclude, what I want to say is, so whenever you think about any particular aspect of the environmental, there is a value, belief, norm. So if there are value and belief and norm, when they come together, then comes a sustainable behavior. So mostly cognitive and affective needs to come together to create a behavioral, the cab mechanism needs to be in the place. So it is very much effective if we go for that particular approach, and we create a value, belief, norm, and which can actually create a better environmental stewardship and socially responsible environment. So this is to conclude that eco-friendly alternatives are still there, but the behavioral aspect needs to be discovered more, and that is how we will be able to achieve it. And I guess this is it, and this is how I conclude my presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Kriti Poddar. Are you there, Kriti?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please. Within 4 minutes, please.
Okay, sir. So does my slide is visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Hello everyone. My name is Kriti Poddar. I am from West Bengal State University. I am master's third year, the final year student. So my topic of discussion is the spiritual distribution of modeling and mapping of water pollution of Ganges River from its source to confluence. So as we all know, the river Ganges has a lot of cultural and religious significance in our Indian society. It starts from the Himalayas and end in the Bay of Bengal. From to this journey, this river crossed several states and the several regions, also including the several industrial hubs and the urban areas. These urban areas and the industrial hubs are affecting this river's ecological and basic biological balance rapidly. So to determine the pollution levels in the various area of this river, I took three basic mechanisms. First one is the microbial contaminations, microbial ecological balance. Second was the heavy metal analysis, which the data I have gathered from the government websites only. Third one is the biooptical sensors, basically the remote sensing techniques. The area of interest are basic from Rishikesh for the upper stream. The middle stream is Farakka. The lower stream is Kolkata. So for the microbial ecology assessment, I took the three basic parameters. First is Shannon-Wiener index. Basically, it is the microbial diversity index. Second one is the biochemical or specific media test to determine the specific bacteriological health of the river ecosystem. And third one, the antibiotic resistivity test to determine the presence of antibiotic resistance gene consuming bacteria. So as we can see, in the Shannon-Wiener index, Rishikesh show the more diverse kind of bacterial presence, which is good for the basic microbial health on that river ecosystem. And Kolkata show the least diversified water quality in terms of microbial health. And the CUF level also show that 148,000. It is a very much concern for the basic or the domestic use of this water directly. So here is the biochemical test reports of the three water samples, and it is the antibiotic resistivity test report. So as you can see, sir, and everyone, that Kolkata's result shows us that six out of the six, 1, 2, 3, 4, the four bacteria are resistant to the various antibiotics, which is a major concern for us. So to summarize the microbial ecology, I can say that though the Rishikesh water show the promising result in terms of these three water samples, but there are three antibiotic resistant bacteria. Also, we have found a probable novel characteristics bacteria, which you can see everyone that it has released pigments when it is exposed to the light. But as we all know that one bacteria can only produce majorly 2 or 3 pigment one time, but it can produce four colored pigments at a time, which we will do the deep
Sorry
research
to
after
interrupt,
that.
Pratik. Please conclude. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. So for the remote sensing technique, we use two parameters, which is TSM and the CHL. TSM are basically for the total suspended matter. We use the European Space Organization's mission, which is Intel 2, and the CHL are can get the data of the pigment producing phytoplanktons data. Here is the pictures. So the TSM data shows that though the Farakka have the much volume of TSM data, but the very heavy kind of
Thank you.
particles are present.
Thank you for your time. Thank you so much. We have to invite the next caller, next speaker. Thank you so much, Kriti. Thank you. May I please invite Yashika Gupta? Could you please start your presentation? You have 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Yashita, and my topic for today is impact of urbanization on indigenous communities, a case study on the Great Nicobar project. I will directly move on to the next slide. Sorry, some glitches. Yeah. I'll directly come to methodology, and this is basically a working paper. This working paper is an attempt to understand the impact of habitat loss for the displaced indigenous communities, loss of endangered flora and fauna, while the project is an ecological disaster. This paper will mainly focus on the anthropogenic aspect of the disaster that this project is. Social and environmental impact assessment is the main technique being used in the analysis. Due to the limited access to the field in focus, secondary data, surveys, existing literature and analysis, and already existing video materials are used to analyze the impact of the project. Coming to the literature, the endangered indigenous communities like the Nicobaris and Chomchan population are at the maximum rise risk of culture, language, and livelihood death, along with habitat loss. The ecosystem and the natural habitat that they live in is unique in many ways, including a one of its kind flora and fauna. To substantiate this result, literature by Pankaj Seksaria is used as primary material, and to study social and ecological impact assessment, government reports by along with techniques developed by Professor Asmita Kabra at Ambedkar University, Delhi, and Delhi Social Impact Assessment Team, which is also at School of Human Ecology, Ambedkar University, is being used. So the findings, coming very quickly to the findings, these lead to bring forth the outcome of this research on how disastrous the Great Nicobar project is for the environment as well as for our indigenous communities. A biosphere reserve, the Great Nicobar Island is home to a widespread spectrum of ecosystems. Inadequate ecological and social impact assessment of the island has been a major reason that the project was given a green flag, even as it has been facing many legal challenges in the court, including Kolkata High Court. What is noteworthy is that while a lot of environment centric, ecologically inclined organizations have been fighting for the irreversible environmental and coastal impact of the project, but there are very few who are resisting for the insights of the under displacement indigenous communities who are facing habitat loss as well as land dispossession. Coming to result, so basically what I have found till now, and the other that is under construction, I cannot tell that obviously, but for now, after 6 months of rigorous research, we have found the result that the rich culture that is on the verge of dying cannot be saved by resettlement or rehabilitation of the displaced population, that is the Chomchan people as well as the Nicobaris tribe. Concluding, in order to save the vulnerable ecosystem and endangered species and cultures, it is important to stop proceeding ahead with the pseudo development project and rather make the island highly sensitive ecological zone where the commercial and development project should be banned and the area should come under Wildlife Protection Act 1972 and should only allow the native population to live there under the Forest Rights Act 2006. And lastly, I have added one suggestions that I have gathered with all the research that I have done in past 6 months, that land rights and forest dwellers acts should be rethought upon to control defense related activities because that brings land dispossession without any like scrutiny in the ecologically sensitive and buffer zones. These are the references. Thank you.
So, no other participant.
I would request the chair and co-chair of the session to please felicitate the invited speaker, Dr. Bidisha Banerjee. Now I request Dr. Chandrakala Diwali to please felicitate our chair of this session, Dr. Subir Biswas.
Now I would like to request Dr. Tarun Joshi to felicitate Dr. Tanni. Tarun sir. Quit laughing.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Now, as we draw curtains to the day one of this important 54th annual conference of the Indian Anthropological Society, I thank all the dignitaries, invited speakers, chairs and co-chairs, and finally the participants for making this event a huge success. I again request you to join us on day two, where we will continue with the engaging deliberations. Now I invite everyone to a high tea being served in the foyer area. I encourage you all to engage in discussions about the thoughtful session